Those of us who have been here, some I think before 9:30, for the starting almost 15 minutes late. I normally like to respect time, but due to logistical problems and so on, we were forced to start a bit later. So once more, welcome to you, MEC, and to your department. And we also have some other visitors here this morning from the Auditor General. I'm going to ask that you please introduce yourself so that people can see who you are. So just raise your hand and just please introduce yourself, okay?
Good morning to you, Chair, and all the members. My name is Duro Ranta from the Office of the Auditor General. I was the Manager on Social Development.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Tiefer. I'm responsible for the Health Department Senior Manager.
Thank you so much. And then we also have from Gauteng Treasury.
Good morning. My name is Dolisono Dada from Gauteng Provincial Treasury.
Thank you so much. Is there any other institutions representation present here? If there are, that I perhaps missed, can you just raise your hands and introduce yourself? I'm going to take it that the rest of the entourage here who outnumbers SCOPA is from your department, MEC. You say there's 30 numbers.
I hope so.
Thank you so much, MEC. We're not here to fight. We definitely are not here to fight. We're just here to do what we need to do. With that being said, do we have any apologies, Simon?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you, to honorable members, MEC, and senior officials, as well as colleagues. We have received apologies from the following members. The first one is Honorable Fuchs, who's on bereavement leave. The second one is from Honorable Musai, who is on study leave. The third one is Honorable Klebere. No, my apologies, Honorable Kaba, who's on party commitments. Then the last one is Honorable Sheneman. He's running late, but he will join us soon.
Do we have any apologies from Member Masuleng?
Yes, Chair. She indicated that she's not feeling well. She went to the doctor. She will join us as soon as she's completed with the doctor's appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, can we accept those apologies? No objections? Thank you. We have the agenda sent to you, and you do have it in front of you. Colleagues, can I please have a confirmation of the agenda? A mover, please. Thank you, Member Robinson. Did I see your hand, Honorable Kone? Did I see your hand to second the agenda? Thank you so much. Thank you. Colleagues, that then leads us on to item number 4, which is the public hearings of the Gauteng departments, relevant departments. And our first one that we have here is Human Settlements and Gauteng Housing. MEC, I'll start off with the questions. MEC, there are two significant concerns found in the department's responses, which with regard to significant uncertainty related to contingent liabilities, and that was on paragraph 6, page 151 of your report. Firstly, the department's total liability figure of approximately 2.49 billion, which contradicts the 2.594 million closing balance cited in the committee's closing balance cited in the committee's question. And so number one is kindly address this deviation of 2.5 billion, which contradicts the 2.59 billion. And two, kindly address the recurring challenges of delays attributed to the state attorney or the plaintiff across multiple cases, which highlights a structural vulnerability. It relates to the first question
Okay.
that we had.
Thanks so
Please,
much, Chair, and morning to yourself, morning to members of the committee. Just to indicate, we have two apologies from our side. It's the DDG Molokome and our CFO. They are both attending legal and investigative related matters. But I'm here with the HOD. You spoke about the housing fund. It's actually the housing fund is part of the department. And then Mike will respond to the questions as we've prepared them. And then the rest of the team will respond to any follow-up questions as well.
Thank
Thanks.
you, MEC. Please go ahead.
Morning, honorable members. Like MEC indicated, I'm Mike Ngoma, Director of Finance in the department.
You can also, you need to speak up a bit, please, and just give your name so that for record purposes, please.
Okay. My name is Mike Ngoma, Director of Management Accounting in the Office of the CFO. In relation to the first question, Chair, as you've rightly indicated that the current amount for continuing abilities is 2.4 billion. However, as a department, in pursuit of the litigation reduction, the department has actually appointed a panel of legal firms to enhance the necessary efficiencies related to the matter. This is also aimed at ensuring the effectiveness of the overall litigation management on all cases to avoid the same issue being delayed. The department is in the process of implementing the litigation reduction plan. The foresight includes, among other, the following: alternative dispute resolution mechanism, where we have referee, where there's a referral of matters to the referee in terms of the uniform of the practice. We also have mediation processes, arbitration, and also there's identification of potential matters for closure in compliance with the law and the rule of practice. So matters identified by the state attorney to proceed at court. There's also identification of misjoined matters. These matters have been reduced. Implementation of Solicitor General Reduction Plan underway. There's also early disposal of letters of demand. There's continuous contract review to identify and correct the complex and contract clauses. We have also developed standard operating procedures on contractors' penalties.
Thank you. Colleague, any follow-up questions? Happy? Okay, with regard to the question two that we
Sorry,
had-
Chair, are these things working? You know, I'm struggling to hear.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that at least this will help us, but they don't seem to be working.
There is a bit of an echo. Can the technicians please try and just get it to be more clearer, please? Okay, I'll continue. With regard to the question 2 that we had sent to you, and I'll read that question that we originally sent to the department so that you get an idea as to what we are talking about. The NMC must provide the committee with the effectiveness of corrective measures put in place to prevent future errors in the financial statements, and you did give us a response. However, we find that it is inadequately responded to. So the follow-up question would be, the department's your response is adequately responded to, because it does list several specific corrective measures. However, can you please provide the milestones of corrective measures aimed at preventing future errors in financial statements? Because, dealing with things after the fact is one thing, but looking at how do you put measures into place to prevent future errors is of extreme importance for us. Otherwise, we'd be seeing a recurrence of this type of thing into the future. If you could please respond to that question.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, committee members. In response to the chair's question, what the department has done, Chair, we have looked at the audit report that we received from Auditor General, both on the housing fund and the vote, in terms of what they raised on the vote on issues of the contingent liability. We went back to check what was the oversight in terms of the calculations on the matters that we had to respond to, including the amounts on the cases that are closed by legal services. Part of what Mike was responding to was our action plan, part of the action plans in terms of what we are doing currently in addressing the issue of the contingent liability. But to respond to Chair's question directly in terms of how are we going to make sure that we correct the misstatements that are in the annual financial statements and ensuring that going forward we do not have such repeat finding. What the department is doing under the Office of the CFO, we went back, we had our own post-audit review session where we looked into each and every finding of Auditor General and the recommendations by AG. What we did was to put in place what we call action plans on each and every audit finding, so that as we address these audit findings going forward, we also are able to address what AG has raised even in this year, in prior years, so that going forward, we don't have such repeat findings coming through from our annual financial statements. What we also did with CFO was to say, let's address all questions by AG. Let's have our tracking meetings that we track on bi-weekly meetings, myself, CFO, and the team internally. What we did last week was also to have what you call also a post-audit review session with the Office of the Auditor General, where we agreed with Office of the Auditor General to say, when coming to annual financial statements for the department, there were those misstatements. We agreed in terms of the approach, even how the department must approach these matters in responding to each and every one of them. What is the expectation from AG? What are we doing internally to make sure that what AG has proposed, we're able to respond to it adequately and efficiently? Part of the adequacy that we are going to respond to is to make sure that also issues of our SOPs, our policies, all those issues are cleared, so that when AG comes next year, we know that we are ready. But for annual financial statement specific, Chair, what we are doing additional is that with CFO, we agreed that we will do our quarterly Fs on quarterly basis. Then we'll have an external reviewer to review those Fs. In reviewing, it means that we have that additional eye on the document, that if there's any misstatements that could have been an oversight in the department, those things they also have that additional eye to look into. So that's the process that we are doing. We agreed with our entity GPF, the CFO there will then review the drafts from Office of the CFO. We'll also do the same for GPF on our side to assist them to review what they submit, so that both the entity of the department, including ourselves, what we then submit to AG and also to our oversight bodies is reports that are free from misstatements. For housing fund, the same misstatements were also raised around the housing fund matters. We've also gone back on the same approach with AG to say for housing fund, because there were just a number of issues that were raised, including issues of general ledger accounts, issues of trial balances. We did agree with AG as well in that meeting to say what is going to be our approach going forward based on what AG has raised and what is the expectation from AG for the department to respond to. With Housing Fund specifically, what we did, Chair, over and above the action plans that we are putting in place, was also to conduct benchmarking sessions with other provinces to check in issues that are raised by AG of the same nature, how are they addressing those issues. So we've done a benchmarking exercise with KZN, Human Settlements, we've done benchmarking with Western Cape Human Settlements, together with Office of Provincial AG that joined us in the benchmarking exercise. So that now, as we move forward also on Housing Fund Fs, we know that we responding to what AG is requiring. It was just unfortunate, Chair, that in the last financial year, the issues of our systems did not assist us in terms of giving AG what AG wanted, and we ended up giving in to say, okay, that's fine, let's close the audit of Housing Fund. But in going forward, we agreed that with the department, like now, quarterly, we are now collating information that will inform our general ledger account, including the trial balance, so that we ensure that our opening and closing balances, they do relate to each other. And at the end of the financial year, we're able to produce a proper trial balance. In the meeting with AG, we also committed to say, when they come for pre-audit in January, at least we'll give them your draft trial balance that they can look at and then prepare us for the main audit to say, okay, we've assessed what you've given us. This is the blind spots that we still see as AG. Then as a value-add audit, then we then go back and clean up so that we are ready for the main audit when they now audit us in around April, May, June. So that's the process, Chair, that we are following in terms of addressing the misstatements on our annual financial statements, both on the vote as well as on the Housing Fund matters that were raised by AG. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any follow-ups, colleagues? I'm very glad that you are giving us a comprehensive response with regard to what you are doing to prevent this from happening into the future. And what I'm impressed about more specifically is the best practice model that you are looking at. Who is this third party that you are talking about that will have the third eye? And what role does the internal audit and risk play with regard to your accounting practices? Because also on a quarterly basis, you have to respond to, or should I say the internal audit has to respond, you have to respond to an internal audit who then picks up issues and then addresses it with you. Is this third party the internal audit or is it someone else?
Well, thank you, Chair, for the question. The third party is for us internally another unit in terms of the entity that we have, which is GPF. It's a peer review amongst ourselves, so that when gas is on site, they are going to do the same in terms of issues of combined assurance on gas level and including AG, but at least internally, ourselves and our entity will then give ourselves peer review on quarterly basis, so that what we submit also quarterly in terms of the draft Fs, at least we know that they meet the standard. So that's as part of enhancing the process, as part of addressing the issues that are raised by AG, also as part of adding another layer in terms of combined assurance internally at peer level amongst ourselves, both the entity and the department. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. In my experience many years ago, that definitely the peer review really works in strengthening the institution itself in terms of the different departments. But what it also does is it moves away from acting in silos, and therefore you have a best practice model within your own organization, which can only help you for yourselves to become more efficient and effective. So we look forward, as to the outcomes of this plan that you have put into place. And hopefully we'll be able to roll it out into the other departments within the province as well, through a matter of best practice within this department. Member Celia, do you have any questions? Member Tlebere? Do you perhaps have any questions? No? Member Kunene? None. Member Evans?
No, Chair.
Okay. With regard to the expenditure management, that is fruitless and wasteful expenditure, that was question number 5 to yourselves. And I'm going to refer to the paragraph as well as the page so that you have reference once more. That is paragraph 34, page 154. The department, your response was partially adequate because it correctly identified the fruitless expenditure and the causes thereof, which is interest paid on the settlement of litigation matters, and also provided the relevant future-oriented corrective action. However, it is inadequate because it doesn't really address the core question as to why the accounting officer failed to take effective steps to prevent the expenditure. In a sense, you actually also deflect the question by claiming that interest remains, and I'm going to open quote, within the court's discretion, close quote, which avoids addressing the underlying management failure that caused the late payment or the unsuccessful defense of the litigation in the first place, thus failing to demonstrate accountability for the lack of preventative steps. So, what do you have to say in that regard? Because it does not actually speaks to, why did you not investigate the fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the first instance timeously and confirm whether disciplinary actions were taken against staff members responsible for this interest payments? And you also talk about historical matters that you inherited. The essence here lies on disciplinary action. So, there's 2 questions that I'm asking here. The first relates to the issue of wasteful expenditure. Why didn't you pick it up in the first instance with regard to the interest? And then with regard to disciplinary matters, if we don't take any action against errant employees, we run the risk of quite frankly just allowing things to continue year in and year out. And therefore, the emphasis is on controls and checks and balances. And that can only be implemented and strengthened once you have a disciplinary code that is enforced and enforceable. So, CFO, or could I call the accounting officer? How do you respond to those statements made by myself?
Thanks so much, Chair. So, Chair, I think if you look at our irregular expenditure and when they took place and the reasons for the irregular expenditure, there were notable, I would say, defects and weaknesses, especially in supply chain at the time. So if you look at, for instance, meeting minimum requirements for functionality, but awards were made, they also spanned across the period the financial year 21-22. And I think the department has done quite a lot to correct that. So things like ensuring functionality, et cetera, is now just standard operating procedure in supply chain. And if you look at those reasons, I think they were on page 12 in our responses to you. They cover a span of in a period in the department when there were huge deficiencies and weaknesses. Those have really subsequently been closed, and at least we don't have any new irregularities, especially in the current financial year. The 500, I think it's an amount of 532 million. That we had to realize it as irregular expenditure because that matter had then been closed. So it was as a result of investigations in the prior years, and we then realized that irregular expenditure at the point when it's closed. What have we done for legal matters? I think we've put in place a mediation, a proper process for mediation, etc. I think it's I would imagine all departments feel the same about the interest because it's up to the courts to decide. We have little control over those, but I think what we do have is the fact that we've got, we also make use of the Premier's, in the Premier's office, the process to manage all litigation in the province. We fully participate in that. It has borne a lot of fruit, so we've been able to reduce. But I think that the department is dealing with a lot of historic irregular expenditure. And if you look at that period, we've closed and corrected a lot of those. The HOD will speak on the consequence management investigations. A lot of those have also been concluded and done. And that helps us then to go through the process of condonement. But the 532 was specifically, as I said, a matter that was in previous years. We closed it through the investigation process, and then we had to then account and realize that irregular expenditure in the previous financial year. HOD.
Thank you, MEC. Thank you, Chair. On issues of consequence management, the department has looked into the contingent liability matters where we had to investigate. As MEC has said, we've investigated. We've also looked at the various processes in us investigating and finalizing those matters, like your alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, your mediation mechanisms, including going to court. Once we receive the reports, Chair, what we are doing currently, there's about 6 or 8 matters that are sitting on the 24th of November, assisted by Premier's office to action those matters in terms of consequence management. Once that consequence management process is finalized, we'll then package those matters to go for tabling at Treasury, at the IECC committee to be able to condone those amounts. But Chair, just to give you comfort with the committee and take into confidence is that we would not be able to condone all these amounts and irregular expenditure amounts if ever we have not really finalized matters of consequence management. As part of what we submit to the IECC committee, they would want to note what the accounting officer has done to address any irregularity that has been picked up from that irregular expenditure transaction. And those reports, those are the ones that we submit to the IECC committee, including if sanctions that we are given to the employees. So to give you the confidence is that we are busy with consequence management for the matters. Office of the Premier is assisting us in terms of presiding officer, including chairpersons of those consequence management matters in terms of leading and assisting the department. And once we receive the reports, we then internally action accordingly and then submit the matters for condonation and tabling at the IECC committee with Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. The remaining questions that I was going to ask you relates exactly to this type of findings, if I may call it that, were inadequacies that you have indicated now that you would be addressing. And I'd like to draw attention to the department and to the MEC. You will see that our questions is no longer just stating about the department needs to, the MEC needs to. We're being specific in that we are holding the feet of the accounting officer to the fire, because that is where accountability starts with regard to the implementation and the carrying out of political policy of the legislature, because you are the implementers thereof. So please note the shift in focus. And that applies to the CFO as well. Moving forward, as we would pick up any anomalies, we would be holding those accounting officers and which is the head of department and the CFO accountable, because ultimately the buck stops with you. And of course, MEC, you have the political oversight. But let us be frank about where the problems actually lies. And that is in middle management, which is the implementers. The executive, you employed over a 5-year period, which includes political executive. If we don't get that particular area of the organization sorted out and hold them accountable to actually implement things, and to act in accordance, diligently in accordance with their mandate. We're going to be failing. We'll be here, year in and year out, because it's not just about the financial spend. The financial spend, yes, is important, but it's about the outcomes that we want to see and the impact later on in terms of improved service delivery down the line. So please, MEC and to your contingent of leadership within your department, please note that that is where our emphasis is going to be, and we're going to be very stringent about the fact that we will not be accepting answers that will say the people have moved on, they have resigned, or they have died. We're going to be asking you those very pertinent questions as to what have you done to recoup that money. We can see that there's an emphasis not just in the legislature but across the board for us to chase after the money. That money cannot continue. There cannot be a continued beneficiation of monies, especially where there has been graft involved. And in the meantime, our people out there are suffering who should be the ones receiving better services from us. And a case in point here is the Nelson Mandela Bay judgment that indicated to us and indicates to us and sends us a very, very clear message that as officials, we can be held accountable and liable personally for the waste of public funds. So please just keep that in mind. And then with regard to issues that were raised with regard to the last financial statements, that was 2023, 2024, some of your resolutions, quite frankly, haven't been fully implemented, and the rest of them still remain in progress. And I'm going to give you a case in point here. Your constant response is that it's in progress, and when it says in progress, it doesn't give us a timeline as to when you envisage things will be completed. You have very generic responses, and in terms of preparation controls and the review of AFSs and POEs and MCSs. So please, from where we are, we're going to be reassessing your responses here today, and you can expect us to be sending you some more questions for you to then respond to us in writing. Colleagues, is there anything else from your side that you'd like to raise? Members? None? MEC? Thank you so much for your participation. Is there anything from your side that you'd like to add?
Are we done?
None?
Are we done?
Yes.
Okay, no, I don't have anything. Thank you very much, Chair.
Now, MEC, as I indicated earlier on, the questions that we asked initially with regard to shortcomings and when you gave your responses to those particular questions, I don't find it relevant for us to then ask subsequent questions that also relates to the same issues. So when you have responded in the first instance as to what you are doing with issues, it then relates to the further up questions. We still have to do the housing fund, so you're not off the hook completely. Okay, just get me the housing fund, please. Can you just give us a moment for us to just get to our documentation when it comes to the housing fund? Thanks. Members, Simon had sent us a batch of questions and things in terms of with all the information that we had received. So please, I'm referring you to that. Member Schneemann, I think you're the first one on the Gauteng Housing Fund. If you can find it on your laptop. Okay? Sorry. Okay. Let me just see who I have as the next question. Member Schneemann has a whole lot of it. Member Shalia, do you have your questions there? Can you please proceed, and then we'll come back to Member Schneemann.
Thank you. The first question relates to the payables from exchange transactions, paragraph 5, page 206. The entity's response regarding the lack of sufficient appropriate audit evidence for payables from exchange transactions is inadequate because it fails to provide the requested details on the systemic failure that led to the evidence deficiency and is instead defective and retrospective. The core issue is not simply the volume of documentation, but the inability to provide appropriate evidence to trace the movement of the payables balance, which the response acknowledges the AG requested. By stating that all the invoices were submitted, the entity attempts to shift the blame to the AG's subsequent narrowing of scope, rather than explaining why the necessary transactional movement evidence which proves proper accounting and could not be readily produced. The subsequent mention of a team undertaking and an exercise to gather all the invoices going back as far as 2021-2022 is an implied admission of poor record-keeping data and data integrity issues over multiple financial years, which is the actual root cause of the evidence failure. Yet this cause is never explicitly detailed as asked by the committee. Furthermore, the commitment to ensure all payments are allocated promptly is a generalized future promise to fix a symptom, being unallocated payments causing inflated payables, and does not outline the specific process failure or control weakness that caused the multi-year program to occur. The response therefore confirms that a material weakness existed without providing the committee with the required transparent explanation of the underlying failure. That's the first one, Chair.
Chair, Mpo is going to respond, but I think she said she didn't get all of the questions. Is it a follow-up from the original question?
Yes.
It's a follow-up. Okay. Maybe if Member Celius can just maybe summarize the follow-up.
Okay, the question is about payables. It's about the entity's response regarding the lack of sufficient appropriate audit evidence for payables. So there's no proper records for payables. And your answers are vague. You say the subsequent mention of a team undertaking an exercise to gather all the invoices going back as 2021-22 is an indication that you don't have those. You don't have that audit trail in place. Chair, I'm just going to ask the next one as well because I see it's related. Furthermore, the commitment to ensure all the payables are allocated promptly as a generalized future promise to fix a symptom does not outline the specific process that you're going to follow or how you're going to make sure the problem doesn't reoccur. The response therefore confirms that there is a material weakness and that the committee would like details on how you're going to ameliorate that problem. And then the follow-up, Chair, is actually relevant. It's about the entity's response to the question regarding disciplinary action taken against officials who's responsible for this lack of audit evidence. The statement that not applicable as there has been no consequence management or disciplinary action taken in 2025 on any of the findings in relation to the above finding is a direct and unacceptable admission that the entity has failed to comply with the basic requirements of good governance by not instituting consequence management following a material audit finding on payables. So they're both to do with payables, the first one to do with the evidence trail and the second one to do with the disciplinary action that's been taken. Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks for the questions. I think in terms of payables, member, what we had done as a department or as an entity, we had gone back as far as 2011, 2012, 2021, 22, my apologies, to show that we had wanted to back up all the amounts that we had included in our financial statements. There was POE that was provided. what AG was looking for was actually the movement between the prior years and the current year. So what the entity did, we went and did the entire population, and we changed the source of information. Previously, we had used chronological reports, which were not accepted. So what we had done in the prior year, we then sourced invoices for every amount that we had on our payable listing. That was provided to AG, but due to the fact that we could not show movement between the 2 years, AG did not look at the information that was provided, but the POE is there, and it was part of the submission that we had done as at the 31st of May. And then that will be to cover the evidence that was submitted. And then all the invoices also, we were working hand in hand with the City of Johannesburg to try and filter or do a recon on those that belong to us, the accounts that belong to the entity, and those that were not ours were taken out of the aging analysis to try and just determine what amount is payable by the entity. That is the support that we had provided. It was there, it was made available. However, us proving the movement between what was on the chronological report in the prior year and the invoices was where the problem was. Hence, AG did not look at what we had submitted as POE. Thank you.
You happy?
Yes,
Thank
Chair.
you, Chair. Through you, Member, I wanted just to add in terms of what Mpa was saying. Chair, you would note that for Housing Fund, a lot of work had been done by the department in terms of producing the information that AG wanted. It's unfortunate that in the prior year, when AG conducted audit for the department, I would not want to say that they changed the goalpost, but I think the audit for 24-25 for Housing Fund was totally different from the 23-24. In the 23-24, some of the evidence that was provided to AG, it was accepted as sufficient. In the 24-25, when they came through, they said no, the information is not sufficient if we do not have a trial balance. So the issues here was the issue of the trial balance. The department had done the proper chronological report and through an Excel spreadsheet. Unfortunately, it was unfortunate that AG wanted a trial balance report. So in the absence of trial balance report, then they said they cannot continue to then evaluate the information that was provided by the department. But you note on the information that was prepared for AG, even Provincial AG agreed with us that we had done adequate work to prove to AG that this is the work we've validated, we've done reconciliations together with COJ. So it was just unfortunate that we did not have a trial balance, hence AG could not proceed to then finalize in terms of the audit of the Housing Fund, in terms of the Fs themselves. Thanks, Chair.
Member Slayer, your happiness?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, can I move?
Thank you. You done?
The next one has to do with services rendered in kind. Firstly, again, the audit trail is inadequate. The entity defends its current manual process, pulling transactions from the vote's general ledger. It fails to detail a new internal control mechanism that would improve tracking, valuation, and documentation within the existing structural constraint. That was what the committee asked for. And then the second one is also about disciplinary action. You gave the same answer. You said not applicable as there has been no consequence management or disciplinary action taken in 2025. But what disciplinary action has been taken? It doesn't have to be disciplinary action. What consequence management was done to ensure this problem doesn't reoccur?
On the issue of service in kind, what we tried to explain was that the Housing Fund does not have transactions. So we transact from the vote, the main department. So what we would do, we would take the transactions that belong to the Housing Fund and then put the invoices together as support and then submit that as service in kind. So currently, because we don't transact, what you would find on the side of the Housing Fund would be an Excel that is pulled from the GL or the trial balance of the vote of the department to try and determine which accounts or which transaction belong to the Housing Fund. So that exercise includes putting together invoices that are linked to the 6 inner city hostels as well as the flats that belong to the Housing Fund. So the Housing Fund does not have a system where we would say that we do payments at that level. So all the transactions are actually audited or procurement happens on the side of the vote, as well as the payments happen on the side of the vote. So the housing fund, in order to ensure that we have proper records, we recognize that service in kind based on who had benefited, which entity benefited from this transaction. And in this case, it was the housing fund. So everything was put together and submitted for the housing fund. So going forward, we are not going to be in a position, of course, to transact because we don't transact. But I think as the housing fund, keeping records like we had tried to do of all those transactions that belong to the housing fund and submitting that as POE, I think would be sufficient if we had to probably go through to the entire audit, because if you look at the same line item that was audited on the side of the vote, would be the contrary, where the vote would have the same amount as the service in kind. On the department side, it was audited and AG was okay with it. But on the side of the housing fund, because there is no, we are not a transacting entity, it's everything outside the box. So we will prepare like a manual Excel template to try and determine line by line which items belong to the housing fund and include those as service in kind. On the side of the vote, it was audited as a contra leg and AG was okay with that. The issue is proving on the other side of the housing fund, noting that we don't transact. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Schneemann, are you ready? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Apologies, I arrived a few minutes late. I've got quite a long list of questions, so what I'm going to do is break them down. I'm not going to ask everything at once because I suspect we will lose track. So the questions really focus around the basis for the disclaimer opinion, which emanates from the Auditor General's audit. And the first set of questions relate to issues of inventory, paragraph 3, page 206. And then on the research analysis, I think that's ours, is page 2 to 5. So let me ask the first question. And that deals with the entity's response regarding the lack of sufficient appropriate audit evidence for inventory, which is inadequate because it largely sidesteps the core question about system or control failures and fails to provide details on implementing a robust perpetual inventory system. Instead of addressing the control failures that led to the audit finding, the response focuses really on defending the information provided, claiming that all appropriate information was supplied, that evidence was duly audited, and that asset and inventory registers were in sync with the financial report. So maybe I should stop there and just see what response you have on that particular first focus of the questions. Not sure if the team is following us. Or perhaps I should just go through everything and then yourselves will see how you answer us. Okay. Secondly, the response then shifts to an issue concerning prior period errors and incorrect journal entries affecting the accumulated surplus account, stating these corrections had no impact on the reported figures or disclosures for the inventory. Crucially, the final sentence reveals the fundamental control failure identified by the Auditor General of South Africa, that the bigger problem is that the housing fund has no general ledger to record the submitted journals and transactional entries. This finding directly speaks to a system and control failure, which is the absence of a core accounting infrastructure, a general ledger, to properly track and record transactions. On point 3 of the question, however, the entity's own text does not provide any specific steps being taken to implement the requested robust perpetual inventory system. Therefore, the response diverts to a different accounting correction and ultimately confirms a major system failure, a lack of a general ledger, without detailing the specific robust steps required to rectify this or to implement the new perpetual inventory system as requested by the committee. Item 4, or point 4, the entity's response to the request for a definitive plan and timeline for tracing current and prior year inventory balances and identifying the responsible party is inadequate. Instead of providing the requested plan, timeline, and accountability structure, the entity's response attempts to deflect by stating the following: there was no finding based on inputs pertinent to the property and asset management area that found expression in the matter or findings leading to the disclaimer opinion. And this response is inadequate for a number of reasons. Firstly, the committee's question directly follows from the statement made in the Auditor General's report related to the inventory balance, which requires tracing and reconciliation. The entity's blanket statement that there was any relevant finding fails to address the operational and governance concerns raised by the committee. Secondly, even if the entity disputes the specific reason for the question, it was asked for a plan and timeline for tracing the inventory balances. By simply asserting the non-existence of a finding, the entity provides absolutely none of the requested information. There is no definitive plan, no timeline, and no accountable individual. And then point 5, under the question, this deals with the following. The entity's response regarding disciplinary actions against officials is inadequate. The committee explicitly requested details of disciplinary actions taken against officials responsible for the failure to provide sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Instead of providing this information, it asserts that, and that's the entity, that there was no finding based on inputs pertinent to the property and asset management area that found expression in the matters or findings leading to the disclaimer opinion, having submitted all requisite information as per the relevant RFIs. This response fails to acknowledge the fundamental issue that the audit outcome, specifically a disclaimer of opinion, is in itself a clear indicator of a material failure to provide sufficient appropriate audit evidence across various areas. The issuance of a disclaimer opinion is a serious governance failure that warrants an inquiry into accountability. By simply denying the existence of a finding that found expression in the disclaimer, the entity is refusing to address the question of accountability for the poor audit outcome. Therefore, the response provides none of the requested disciplinary details and amounts to a non-response on the critical issue of holding officials accountable for the serious deficiencies identified by the Auditor General. So that's the first question and the sub-points that have been raised. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Member Schneemann. I think just so Mpo will and Sibongile will attempt to respond, but the biggest challenge we have is that the housing fund is not an entity. It's a branch within the department, so it doesn't have its own trading account, so it can't have a ledger. And I think the AG was expecting that it does. It can't have, so it's not an independent entity or an entity of the department. We've looked at what other provinces have done, because all provinces have this housing fund. It's properties inherited from, so it's the properties that, like rental stock, hostels, there's businesses and stuff like that, that Department of Housing, Human Settlements now owns, that actually we have to close it because we have to devolve these properties to municipalities. So we've looked at what other provinces have done with their housing funds. Some of them, as I say, the historic properties, they were given to provinces as far back as different local authorities and. What Western Cape has done is they've transferred it, the asset, to the department, so it's a departmental asset now, and then obviously they'll devolve it later to the municipality. That's to help, I guess, deal with the accounting of it, because the challenge is how we treat it from an accounting perspective. So anything we do on a property in the housing fund is done from the voted funds. It's not done from funds transferred to the entity, because there is no entity. That has been the biggest, I guess, hurdle and challenge with us and the AG, is how to treat the housing fund, and therefore, once we treat the housing fund in the same fashion, then the auditing of the housing fund, or what the housing fund does, we will be on the same page. So they say that there's no general ledger. You can't have a general ledger. It doesn't transact. You can only have a general ledger for an entity that transacts. And so it means you've got to extract it from what the department has transacted on in relation to the housing fund. So that has been the biggest complication. And I think where we argued with the AG was that the evidence is there, and this is what it is, and the AG still felt that it wasn't, and then the AG then didn't audit the information, and hence our view that there can't be consequences because the information is there, but we differed with the AG on whether it's a trading entity. It's not a trading entity. So Mpho will. So we're trying to look at alternatives for now. Of course, the best alternative is just to finalize the closing of the fund, and again, obviously referring to it as a fund also complicates it. But we've got to transfer the assets from provincial government to municipalities, and then we will no longer transact, because we transact against the properties that we own. We're not meant to own that. National Human Settlements has given us, all provinces, about 2 years to complete the process. So we've looked at other provinces to see how they audited and what do they do, so that we can just do the same. But we've started devolving the properties. City of Joburg has got the most of our properties. I think that's what Mpho was referring to on the information that we needed to get. We were assisted, and we were working with City of Joburg. City of Joburg has got the most properties. We've started to devolve them. And then I think even City of Tshwane. So we're doing that quite successfully. And once they are all out, we will not transact for or against housing fund, because the properties will be out of the books of. It includes rates and taxes. It is all of that. Mpho?
Yes, just to add on that, the reason for the benchmarking exercise was to try and determine how the provinces were doing it, so that we can also adopt the best practices. And like the MC said, with the Western Cape, they put it as inventory and the vote or the annexure. That way, there's no service in kind transactions. Then it's just us reporting on the inventory on the vote. But of course, it would be split with the inventory on houses, so it would be different if we take that route. KZN, however, is doing it in our way. They also don't have a GL, but they've got caseware, which is what we had also try and procure this year, to try and see if we cannot get everything done. We had it by the 31st of March, but we had some technical issues with the caseware, which resulted in some of the journals not pulling through, but that is something we're looking into. And then in terms of inventory, if you look at the history of the entity, you'll pick up that we had all these properties as PPE in the past, but due to the proclamation that we need to close the housing fund, we've now transferred them now into inventory, converted them to inventory now, because they are held for distribution. So we have now worked extensively on the occupancy order to try and determine indeed if our occupants are valid, and if indeed it's part of us doing, also including the exercise of doing the screen dumps on the deed search, deed system to try and check whether ownership-wise it really belongs to the housing fund. But as the entity or as the department, we are comfortable to say there are extensive reconciliation that we performed on the inventory, and the inventory register that we had provided to AG had met the criteria or all the assertions. Pity AG could not really go into the details because of the glitch that we had on caseware, resulting in them not really looking into the inventory or auditing the inventory. So with the journals, let me take that one. On the journal entries, like we said, we don't transact. Therefore, having to recognize something that is already in another entity was an issue. For an example, would be touching on accumulated surplus, knowing exactly it's not supposed to touch in the current year, but the prior year. Such technical journals were also an issue to say, now that we don't transact, where do we put it? Because we can't have a dummy bank account as like on the Excel trial balance that we try and populate manually. But we are hoping that the results or the outcome from the benchmark exercise would at least guide us to say which route to take, which one would be, of course, cost effective, which one would be the most transparent way of doing it, also to ensure that we don't have the same recurring audit opinion. Thank you.
You can go ahead, Mission Man. Are you happy?
No, I think if I can just
Please go ahead.
ask an additional question or two. I think, firstly, the response that's been given now, MEC, which, and you've got into quite a bit of detail, I think is quite helpful and quite useful. Let me wear my other cap when I sit in the portfolio committee. I guess even in the portfolio committee, maybe there hasn't been this kind of in-depth discussion on the housing fund. So I think one wants to appreciate the information that both yourself, MEC, and your team have just shared. But on the benchmarking exercise, because I mean, if you look at it, we're almost halfway through the current financial year. So the benchmarking exercise that you're looking at, the provinces, what they've done, Western Cape, KZN, etc., is that going to make any difference to the current year, or do we envisage having a similar challenge again in the current year? And you mentioned that there's a 2-year period. When does that 2-year period start, and when does it end? Thanks.
The 2-year period was an extension for the housing fund or the department to develop all the properties, make sure that they are not there, they are transferred. That's why the national gave us an extension for another 2 years. That is just to transfer the properties. In terms of the benchmark exercise, we are currently finalizing the report, but it would, of course, improve the audit opinion, because on the Western Cape side, they had included those assets as inventory, which would be the ideal method to go for. But we've got now the risks to look at. We need to check in terms of the municipal payables, because we cannot really put reliance on the municipal. We've been having issues with the accounts that comes from the municipality, because there's also one of the line items that affects the qualification or the disclaimer, which is your payables. And we had already sent a list of devolved properties that they need to look at, which was closer to 139 million. We're still waiting for them to give us the information. So if the city is as helpful as we would appreciate them to be, I think we'll be able to move in terms of transferring these assets over to the beneficiaries. But the team has worked, or they are still working on transferring the assets. So on the side of the entity, like we said, we don't want to just take the Western Cape and not consider the risks that are going to be now imposing on the vote, because whatever we're going to do on the fund, even the payables now, it means they're going to now touch the department, and we do not want to be posing a risk on the opinion of the department. Thank you.
The 2-year period ends 2026 financial year. So it was meant to be the end of the 2024 financial year, but none of the provinces met the deadline, and so we've got that 2-year extension. Thanks.
No, thank you. I think even that information is quite helpful and quite useful. But let me go to... Can I go to my second question and let me then finish off? Let me just make this note here. Okay. So the second question that I have really relates to the issue of receivables from exchange transactions, paragraph 4, page 205. I'm not sure if the research analysis pages apply, but let me give you that as well. The research analysis, pages 6 to 9. So the first point is as follows, that the entity's response, and let me not call it an entity. What is the correct terminology, MEC?
Branch. Yeah, it's a branch.
Okay,
It's a
so I think for the sake, let me refer to it as a branch then. Okay, so the branch's response to the question concerning the lack of sufficient appropriate audit evidence for receivables from exchange transactions is inadequate because it fails to directly address the core issue of why the audit evidence was initially deficient, instead focusing on administrative processes and future commitments. The response's primary failing, should I say, is its lack of a clear, candid explanation detailing the cause of the breakdown in financial record keeping or control that led to the Auditor General's finding. The statement that all the invoices linked to the balance, Excel workings, were submitted as portfolio evidence. However, the Auditor General requested that the transactions linked to the movement only, not the entire population, is deflective. It suggests that the entity did not provide evidence, but implies the Auditor General's changed the scope, making the entity's initial effort seem sufficient. On point 2, the entity's response to the request for immediate steps to reconcile, or the branch's response, should I say, response to the request for immediate steps to reconcile the 31 million receivables balance and ensure proper documentation is inadequate because it is backward-looking, detailing actions that have already been completed rather than outlining a clear forward-looking plan of action. The first 3 points, which are as follows: using the aging report to confirm ownership and splits, requesting and attaching invoices as evidence, and allocating payments, describe the routine or clean-up steps that were already undertaken and ultimately failed to satisfy the AG in the first place, leading to the finding of insufficient appropriate audit evidence. Listing these as the steps that will be taken is therefore non-responsive to the current necessity for a new, robust and immediate remedial strategy. The only forward-looking component is the final statement, which is a general commitment to preventing future credit balances and ensuring prompt payment allocation. While this correctly identifies the control weaknesses, which are disorganized records and poor allocation that caused the documentation issues, it is a statement of long-term internal control improvement and not a specific actionable plan detailing the methodology, dedicated resources, or timeline for the immediate reconciliation of the specific 31 million balance under scrutiny. Consequently, the response fails to provide the committee with the required assurance of a concrete and immediate strategy to resolve the material audit finding. Point 3 relates to the branch's response to the request for specific internal control processes to ensure adequate real-time recording and substantiation of future receivables is inadequate because it again defaults to general promises and references to documentation efforts rather than outlining a structural change in controls. The statement that all restated amounts will be supported by a portfolio of evidence and a detailed reconciliation, and not only the entire population, but the movement as well, focuses entirely on the output of the process, which is the documentation required for the audit, and not the internal control mechanisms that generate reliable data in the first place. This simply reaffirms compliance with basic audit requirements, but fails to explain how the entity's systems and daily practices will be changed to achieve this. The final sentence, as follows, in future, management will ensure that there are no credit balances on the aging reports and will ensure all payments are allocated promptly, correctly identifies the symptoms of poor control, credit balances and detailed delayed allocation, and offers as a necessary policy commitment, but it is still a broad statement of intent. The response lacks crucial operational details. Without defining the new processes, systems, and accountabilities, or the controls themselves, the response provides no assurance that a recurrence of the lack of evidence will be prevented going forward. And then point 4, the branch's response, to the question regarding disciplinary action taken against officials responsible for the lack of sufficient appropriate audit evidence is inadequate and represents a failure of accountability. The statement that not applicable as there has been no consequence management or disciplinary action taken in 2025 on any of the findings in relation to the finding is a direct admission that the entity has not fulfilled its statutory duty to institute consequence management following a material audit finding, a process that is fundamental to good governance. Thanks very much. And I'm just not sure how the information that the MEC shared earlier may actually not be applicable to some of the points that we've raised, but that's based on what the MEC has raised. But nevertheless, let's pose that to the MEC and her team. Thank you.
Thanks. Paul will respond, but I think essentially it's linked. So all the findings that you speak of are really the accounting. So how you account for payables, receivables, all of that, and the fact that it's not a trading entity. Because if it was a trading entity, you would be able to treat it as an independent entity, look at its journal, look at its payables, its receivables, how it treats payables in kind, all the rest. Now, because it's not, and they are within the vote, but I think what Paul commented on earlier is very crucial, because we've done a lot of improvement on the vote and the department, coming also from a disclaimer to where we are. What we do to correct the housing fund mustn't have a negative impact on the vote. And that's why we want to see how far we can go to treat it as separate, as independent now. But I think that's so the devolution, ultimately the closing, etc. But the questions relate to everything of how you account for the transactions, and because they're not found in a independent account with its own journal, etc., etc. Those findings are linked by the AG, and our responses would pretty much be linked. Thanks. I don't know if you want.
Yes, just to provide some sort of clarity on the receivables, how we got there. This is the same reconciliation that we would have had for payables. So the CT would give us an aging analysis and show us this is how much you owe us. We do a recon, we make payment. So unfortunately, when we closed the books, although we finished paying by mid-March, when we closed to report, they still hadn't allocated on their side. Hence, it became a receivable. So we couldn't net it off because we're not allowed to do that in terms of CRAP. So we had to disclose that, but that is also part of the detailed recon that we had done, where we had explained to say that even the invoices that were linked to the balances were attached going back as 2021, 22. But that is that's now the credit balance that it's linked to the payable that we were explaining earlier. Thank you.
No, just a comment I just want to make, and that is that it's entirely correct, Chair, that the department has taken major steps over the last number of years to improve its performance and to turn around its financial performance as well. And I think that's evident in the latest audit opinion of the Auditor General. And I think we must accept that whatever work they're doing on this housing fund, and we must agree, mustn't have an impact, a negative impact on the financial performance and operations of the department. Otherwise, what's going to happen is it's going to regress. But I think that we do need to probably get an indication, maybe just something in writing, etc., just to give us an assurance that we will get to that stage at the end of the 2026, I think it's financial year, that these matters would have been resolved. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Member Schneemann. Member Kumalo? Member Kumalo, do you have any questions?
I've sorted it out with them because I told them I'm late, so it will be unfair to ask a question. Not that because of his MEC Motara.
No, I think there's some favoritism here. We'll investigate that. We'll have a commission of inquiry as to why.
No, I just thought it would be unfair because I didn't come on time. And my apology. Thank you.
No, that's fine. Member Robinson?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I actually think that MEC Motara, in her response to Member Schneemann, did cover much of what I wanted to ask on. MEC, I want to push back slightly. In terms of the Gauteng Housing Act, there is a requirement in which balance sheets and financial statements must be presented to yourself as the MEC to bring to the legislature, etc. And then if you then go to the Audit Act, if those are present or if those financial statements need to be prepared, it would make it a reporting entity. And for that purpose, the AG is actually auditing it. We spoke, or in our questions to yourself, we spoke specifically on related party transactions in terms of GRAP 20. MEC, I'm not going to split between 8.1, 8.2. I'd rather just ask then, why, if for purposes of those two pieces of legislation, the Housing Fund is a reporting entity, and as is evidenced by the fact that it is audited by the AGSA, does GRAP 20 not apply? So on that, I'm going to leave the accountability 8.3, 8.4, which was sent to the department. I'm going to leave those. But if you could just respond to that. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we don't disagree that it must be audited or its transactions must be audited. We disagree with where that information resides. So the information resides in the vote. It's transacted as everything that the department does. So we pay municipal services. So it's not the housing fund that pays the services. The department pays municipal services for properties in the housing fund. So we're not disputing that it must be audited. It must be audited, but the requirements for auditing are found in the fund, in the vote. It's not in its own ledger. It's not in, and I think that's so when we submit the annual financial statement, it includes the transactions that are done on behalf of the housing fund. I guess do we extract the information? And I think that's what we tried to do. And when we extracted, pulling it from one to, I think it was from an Excel to different formats, the information didn't pull through and becomes distorted, and then the AG chose not to take that information as credible. And I guess the AG was fair in their own way, because if the information doesn't pull through, when you change the formats, the information isn't credible, and how do you then audit it or have an opinion about the information? But I think the other point that we had is, even with the AG, was that in the previous financial year, that information was acceptable in that format. And that's what we've been doing. And in this audit, it was no longer, they wanted it in a different form. So I think that's also a sticky point that we had to sort of address with the AG. So we've done a lot of work in this financial year, even with Treasury, even with the PAG, the Provincial Auditor General. We're hoping that by the time the AG comes, they accept the information in the format that it is in. They're able, because ultimately it's about the accuracy of the information, whether the transactions are you in the audited financial statements, they balance, the books balance, but whether they don't have any adverse impact on your financial statement. I think that's, and the AG must be able to take the information as we give it and audit it. So we're not saying don't audit it. We are saying that the information is there, it's in the vote. It's not a trading entity, so it's not like GPF, the entity of the department, where we transfer to the department, to GPF, or it gets funding from equitable share, etc., etc. So I'm hoping that the work that we've done now, this financial year, there won't be a change in how they want the information. And then we should be able to have some opinion. To go back to Member Schneeman's question, will we have findings or not? Because we're also dealing with a lot of historic issues, there may certainly be errors, which we are alive to. And that we'll work with the AG to be able to correct going forward. So I don't think we're going to have a perfect, but what we don't necessarily agree with is a disclaimer. But because a disclaimer means that there was no information, there was no POE, there was absolutely nothing. There was just a lot of money spent, but nobody could explain where and how. And I think we're fine with saying there are findings, and the findings could even be material, and this is how you correct it, then we know. But to say it's a disclaimer, because a disclaimer essentially says there's no POE, you just spent money recklessly and nobody can make sense of the information. That's where we fundamentally differed with the AG. But hopefully in the next auditing cycle, we'll be on the same page. Thanks.
Just before we continue, MEC, please forgive me, and others, please forgive me. I was in the special class at school, and I thought that I was very special. Now I realize why I was in the special class. I'm a bit confused here. So the AG has been auditing a branch, right, of the department, and the same branch produces its own financial statements or reports. And it's not being incorporated into the main vote's annual report. Can you please explain, and perhaps from the Auditor General's perspective as well, what is the actual issue here?
Maybe the PAG can answer. So for us, it's a program of the department. So we are audited, for instance, on ISUPG, Informal Settlement Upgrade Grant. It's a program of the department. We get a grant for ISUPG, so it gets audited. How did you spend that funding through the grant? So that's not how it gets, that you can extract and audit this program is not an issue, but the accounting requirements will not exist. So like a general ledger won't exist. So you don't have a general ledger for ISUPG. ISUPG is a grant, it gets transferred to the department transacts in accordance with the conditions of the grant, and then you develop a financial statement at the end, and then you can audit that information. whether it was legal, accurate, etc., etc. So maybe the PAG can help respond, but or maybe even more on the annual financial statement part, but the ledger won't exist, so you won't have those things that the AG was asking for, which are a requirement of a trading entity.
Just before you continue, please, you know, my accounts that I did at school, basics, says to me, if I have an entity, I have to have my own ledger, my journals, my cash book, etc., etc. So therefore, it's
Because
my
it has
set
its
of
own
books.
account. Because it has its own account.
Yeah.
So the housing fund doesn't have its own account. So there's no money transferred to the housing fund.
So how do you compile your own annual financial report? Please explain that one to me.
Like we tried to explain earlier, we do not have the
Yeah, but you're going to have to use simple English, okay?
simple English.
Not higher grade. Just remember what I said, you're not
Yeah.
higher grade, okay?
So, so what we do, we go through the general ledger of the department, right? The main department where the sub-program is sitting, the vote. Then we try and check whether it's the entities that benefited or the sub-program, whether it's related to the 6 inner city hostels that we know belong to this program. And then we've got flats that also belong. So if it's repairs that's done for those 6, then we would take individually, go through all those line items on the GL, check the invoices individually and determine if this is meant to be on the other side. Hence, it's more like a service in kind. It's an in and out transaction if you look at it. We are recognizing it as a service in kind revenue, and then the contra leg would be the expenditure, but it's not expensed by the entity itself. I think issues that we also raised in the past would be, are we not double accounting for these things if they're already on the other side? But that was also one of the questions I posed when I started. But then we could not really have a conclusion. We just thought to ourselves, let's just continue doing the right thing up until we get to the closure and just prepare these financials. So it's difficult because, like we said, we are preparing out of the Excel. We take all these things, put them in an Excel format and try line by line to identify whether it was for the entity or whether it was for the department. That's how we try and create. And then what we do, we would process a journal on a manual trial balance. Again, it's an Excel trial balance where you would put your journal entries to say, this is the maintenance, and then the contra leg becomes this. Then we will put it on that Excel, import that Excel to prepare financial statements. That's why it's a very tedious exercise, Chair, because you have to literally go through all those individual transactions to determine if it's the vote or the fund.
So in other words, it doesn't have an account, a bank account of its own.
It doesn't have an account.
Yeah. So let me understand. I'm going to basic T accounts and the trial balance, right? We're not going to complicate this thing. Okay. If I don't have a bank balance, and therefore I do not have a cash flow in a sense, income expenditure, how do I draft a trial balance? And by extension, how do I draft a balance sheet? Can that please be explained?
You were not that special then, Chair.
Sorry?
So you are proving that you were not that special. So the way you understand it is the way we understand it, but maybe PAG can help. But exactly what you're saying is the way we understand it, Chair. Is it doesn't have its own account, it doesn't get funds that it must account for, so it can't do all those things. The department does. But remember that the housing fund or the department can only transact against the housing fund for properties in the housing fund. And I guess that's the complication. So we can't use funds, account for it as housing fund transactions, yet it's for, let me think. Okay, so currently we're doing work in support of municipalities in hostels owned by municipalities. So we're doing it through SLAs and etc. So we're using funding on hostels. We can't say that is housing fund because those are properties not owned by us. It's owned by the municipality. It's support to the municipality. But then there's 6 hostels that we own where we use funds to do work, clean, repair, maintenance, whatever it is. So when you say you spent money against the housing fund, did you really? But the way you understand it is the way we understand it, exactly the same. So we're doing, we're extracting the information from the financial statement of the vote, creating additional POE, and the same question, is it not double accounting? But that's what the AG wants it that way. But the PAG can also assist. Thanks.
Member Kunene.
Yeah, Chair, maybe we need to understand how did we get here in the first place? Because the AG found a fund that as government department have designated it as a separate fund. Was it the department that said this is an entity in whatever form that it is that needs to be audited? Or was it an AG that says, no, we want to audit this fund separately? Because now, from what I'm hearing, there's a dispute about whether this fund needs to be audited separately in the first place. Whether it's a branch, a program, or an entity. Because now the department is even saying we dispute even the disclaimer. But this thing started somewhere. I mean, for all these years when this housing fund existed and the AG, why has this matter been resolved then? So that we know that this matter, this entity or this animal should not be treated as a separate entity because it's just a program. So I want to understand, how did we arrive here? I mean, so that, because now we seem to be a discussion about whether the AG was even correct to audit this entity as a separate entity in the first place. You know, because that seems to be what comes out strongly from the department.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, MEC, Human Settlements and team. They've been asking me to speak, so let me try. So maybe let me start with your question, member. The Housing Fund is a trading entity of the department. It's different from the Partnership Fund, which is a public entity. Their inception is different, right? So they are not the same. MEC is correct. It is kind of it's a program within human settlements. However, national human settlements back then, before most of us even thought we'd work for government, decided that this program must be a separate trading entity. So there's no question that it should be audited or not. It should be audited. And I think there's two issues with the housing fund. It is a program within a department which uses a different basis of accounting, which is modified cash. As a trading entity, you now use GRAP, which you now work on an accrual basis. So as much as we are saying the fund does not have a separate trial balance, it's correct, it doesn't. But the issue is currently that we will do a trial balance for the vote as human settlements, and whatever we can tie up, we throw into the fund. Now, throwing it into the fund, I think, is it a new finding? But if you put it into the fund, you can't just take that figure and say it belongs into the fund. You must now talk to it, you must break it down. And secondly, because the two bases of accounting are different, you must now convert that figure from modified cash into an accrual basis of accounting. correctly so, there isn't a general ledger. But if you can be able to produce, journals outside of, you can do them on Excel. But I think one of the contentions that came from AG was that these journals are, I think they are not in line with auditing standards because they don't show you who prepared, who reviewed, and who approved. They've done them, but that part is lacking, right? And I think I want us to come back. We know that in the previous financial year, there was an improvement in the outcome of the fund. Now, from that improvement, both the housing fund, ourselves in Treasury, and AG, we tried to work together to deal with some of the aspects that sit outside of the BES or the trial balance, meaning your disclosure notes in a sense. And a lot of work went into it. And when I mean a lot of work, that team worked very hard. We gave a resource to assist. They all worked very hard, and I think AG did an interim audit which looked like it was going fine. Am I correct, Mr. V? At some point? Yeah. Yes. But the issue is, like they indicated, they started to use a different system. So what I'm trying to get to is that there was an improvement in the prior year, and the work that we had done as a collective should have, brought us to a better level, not taken us back. But the issue is, on the submission of financial statements, there was an error, right? Like they are saying, they used a new system and some of the figures did not pull through. So that those financial statements were incorrect. Now, AG raised a finding. Department said, well, resubmit. But AG does not work like that. If you resubmit, they're not gonna say, we throw this away, we take this. What they will say to you, they'll say, okay, we have these 2 financial statements and these 2 figures. Give me a trail or journal of how you moved from this figure to this. And if we are being correct or factual, you won't be able to have a journal moving from the other financials to these, because there's essentially no movement in between. There was an error and things didn't pull through, so you are not going to be able to marry the 2. So it was never going to work because of the error in the submission of financial statements. So I'm saying here, we can still do the work and we can still improve the financials of a housing fund, just like we had planned in our heads. I don't know how else to put it. I think it can be done, but I think the good part is that, and we haven't seen the report from the benchmarking that they did with Western Cape and KZN. I know some of our team members went in that benchmarking, it was last week. We just need to see the report from there, and then the department, we can then meet with the department and see how we move forward. But again, I am hopeful that this is something, literally, I think we can move from this, but we just need to, and I think the mistake was that the department started working on that system very late in the game. So that's why those errors were there and they were not able to pick them up. And we were also not able to pick them up because the financials that we reviewed were not from that system. They were from the old way of doing things, which was in Excel. So when they were submitting to AG, at that point, everyone is submitting. We don't have time to review if these things are correct or not. But MEC, to just tie it up, I think we can do better this year. Just as long as, if we've started working on the system again, let's start from now. Let's submit with the system from now so that we're able to pick up any of the issues and we can move forward. Thank you.
Maybe just to the last aspect through you, Chair, is that you're right. I think Member Robinson, it's made provision for in the Act. So, and I guess maybe with the directive from National Human Settlements that gives us 2 years, and all provinces have to close their housing fund, it will have to be repealed from the Housing Act because essentially they will no longer exist. But really, why this way it's correct is before, and it's just been practice. But I know in the department was really keep them separate so that you, treat them separately so that you don't negatively impact on the vote. I think that's really, and I think we, even at that point now as a department, anything we do while wanting to fix and clean the housing fund really mustn't impact on the vote. We come from a disclaimer where really, in the true sense of the word, it wasn't possible to have an opinion on the information because the information was not there. It was lost, and so you can't make an opinion on the information. But I think I fully concur with everything that the PAG is saying. Those errors, when there's an error from one system to another, you can't track it. You can't explain why from 1 rand to 10 rand because there isn't. It doesn't exist. And like I said in my previous statement, that the AG was fair in that sense, saying that you're unable to explain the changes. Different systems isn't an adequate explanation from an auditing perspective because there was information that produced 1 rand and there's information that produces 10 rand. So you must be able to explain both and the movement. And system changes doesn't cut it for the AG. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, MEC. I think the way forward, colleagues, would be for us, it now explains to me and to us as a committee as to the questions we'd be asking of you because of that anomaly in terms of the two systems not speaking to each other. And I take it that there will be a resubmission. Am I correct, MEC? There'll be a resubmission?
Quarterly, yes, not on the previous financial year. So we're doing it quarterly, and then at the end of the financial year, yes. I don't know what we're looking like now. Mpo can give a feedback as to how the first 2 quarters looked and whether we're on the right track. But we're working with everybody. We're working with the PAG, we're working with our own, everybody involved so that we get to where we want to be with the fund.
Yeah, we had an exemption not to do Q1 from the province, but we have submitted Q2. And we are working with Adapt IT, which is the service provider where we procured Caseway, to try and make sure that the template is GRAP compliant. There were issues of the notes that were not there that had to be populated, but we are working with them to ensure that the Caseway financial statements are GRAP compliant. Even for Q3, we will submit Caseway and, of course, year-end. So at least we're going to get that review from the PH's office, also the review from the partnership fund, which will also be assisting us before we even get to the AG submission. And I think AG will also be doing an audit in Jan, a value-add audit. We would like to also submit that to them when they do Q3. So at least we get to see where we are in terms of submitting Caseway. I think it's a better option for us also because of having to manually populate. Like we said, we were using an Excel template where we would manually populate all these things. So at least if we import a trial balance, yes, we had our system glitches. We are hoping by Q3 all these issues would be dealt with. They have actually allocated a manager just for us to deal with our template to make sure it's GRAP compliant. Thank you.
Thank you for that. MEC, as indicated earlier on, we'll be asking you questions we'll be sending it to you written so that we can just, clarify issues that we found to be inadequate perhaps in terms of the principal questions that were sent to you so that we can also just, square off our particular queries with regard to the audit outcome. I thank you so much to you and your team for coming here. Indeed, you have your work cut out for you. The challenges are huge in your department, in particular when it comes to housing as a human right. And from our side as SCOPA, we will continue to engage with you so that we can see how we can up the ante and improve on our service delivery to our people. Thank you very much for attending, and you will be getting those questions forthwith. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Colleagues,
Thank you.
we'll be submitting those other questions you were going to ask in writing. Can we take a quick body break for 5 or 10 minutes before we continue to the next one, please?
we're asking has to do with the litigation and the contingency plans, acting HOD that was reported before, and the amount of monies that are involved in terms of the payments thereof. So on those basis, we want you to provide the committee with measurable indicators or further data on the reflecting the effectiveness and the impact of these initiatives to enable the committee to assess the tangible results of the reduction strategy. Because you will remember you spoke about the fact that there's a reduction strategy on these matters of litigation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Are you moving? We appreciate being called for a follow-up, Chair. And we've been here. The way we are so disciplined, we arrived at 10 a.m. We've been sitting here outside, so you must clap hands for us for taking the committee very serious. For taking the committee very serious. Can you imagine arriving 2 hours early? Yes. Chair, I'm going to hand over to DDG for Corporate Services, Pule, and my apology for wearing a sporty in the house. I'm busy outside, Chair. You know I don't like English.
Yeah, I kind of see that T-shirt, but I'm not sure.
Even
It
the
says
T-shirt says
Gauteng.
Gauteng, it starts here.
Oh,
Yes, I was supposed to be wearing Swada.
Yeah.
So I said, let's me respect and wear Gauteng, it starts here. So it's the work that we're doing outside, Chair. Let me hand over to Pule to respond on the litigation report.
yeah, and just for record-keeping purposes, please, whoever responds, please just give your name and designation, all right?
My name is Faith Mazibugu. I'm the MEC for Social Development.
Pleased to meet you, MEC.
No, thanks. Thanks, MEC, Chairperson and honorable members. Yeah, the question was really our strategy on how we reduce litigation. I think of importance, Chair, is that we try by all means as part of the bigger picture of the strategy that we go for alternative resolutions that will include mediation of some sort, settlements where possible, and so forth and so on. My apologies. My name is Pule Sikawana. I'm the DDG responsible for corporate services in the department. So what we'll do, just to give you two examples, so where we do majority of these alternative dispute resolutions, and I will indicate to you that just starting with the first case that has been on our books, the case around Yabana Village, NPC. This NPO, you would recall that they instituted a litigation against us, that they needed us to pay them, demanding their payment, having suspended their funding. This really had to do with matters of compliance. The NPO did not comply to matters of municipal bylaws and lack of approved building plans. We concluded that settlement with them, and we had agreed to release their trench payment. And as such, we had agreed that we'll do that on the basis of proof that they have attempted to attend to their compliance matters, which will include proof that they have submitted building plans to the municipality. And they will then continue to give us regular updates on such a matter. The other one big matter of our litigation was about a case with Dr. Motswaledi. This was one of our former employees that was seeking an upgrade of her salary, alleging that the department appointed her on an incorrect salary scale under occupation, the OSD. After negotiations, there was then a settlement with her, and the salary difference, which was recalculated, was then paid to her, and we made it a court order as a result. The third one is the much spoken about Gauteng Care Crisis Committee of the 73 NPOs that instituted action against us, demanding finalization of their funding application for the financial year 2024 and 2025. Members would recall that this matter, the Johannesburg High Court ruled that the matter be referred for mediation, which mediation is still ongoing, but we are glad to announce that we managed to settle with a number of the 73 and resolve that the funding shall then be instituted. There were only about 4 or 5 NPOs that were still left behind, mainly again on matters of non-compliance by these NPOs. The mediation is still ongoing under the guidance of the court itself. You would note, Chair, that for every NPO that we reach an agreement with through the mediation, it then becomes a court order through the judge that appointed the mediation. The fourth matter will be the matter about the Door of Hope, commonly known as Baby Savers NPO. The members would recall that we had to terminate the services of this NPO on the basis that their action was unlawful, allowing mothers to relinquish their babies at their doorstep. The NPO ordinarily then took the matter to court, challenging the specific part of the Act, the Children's Act. However, part of that court case, the applicant then applied for an interlocutory application to say, whilst the court is ongoing, the court must instruct the department that they pay them for the services rendered thus far. There was then a settlement that was reached with the NPO. The NPO was paid, I think by last week, about 4.7 million, but they demanded that that was an underpayment of a short of about 200,000. As I'm speaking to you now, the matter is in court today on this very interlocutory application on what they call a shortfall. The matter is in court today, and our lawyers are arguing that what we have paid them is what was due to them. However, the bigger case is still in court. Let me just remind members that the first respondent is actually National Department of Social Development. We are the second applicant on the matter. But today's case, today's hearing is really about the shortfall of the 200 that they want to claim from us. Let me see, I think I would stop here for now as part of demonstration of our alternative dispute resolutions.
Please go ahead, member.
Thank you very much. Just a bit of follow-up. I hear what's been said, but my worry is, because for me there's settlements which we can see you settling that, but the key question is, are those settlements bringing down the contingency liabilities? Because that's the key thing, because you said you got a reduction strategy. So we can have settlements, but those settlements are not bringing down the litigation. So we're paying people high amounts of monies, and that's where the concern is. So can we say, are these settlements bringing down liabilities, or they don't make any difference? That's for me what I want to hear.
No, thanks, Honorable Member. Yeah, maybe just from the number point of view, our current litigation register has got 97 cases, of which 73 would be part of the GCC case. Okay, 7 of the 96 have already been closed. So if you were to take the 73 that are still in mediation, of which only 4 are left, then we would have closed the 73. From a number point of view, obviously there's going to be a reduction. But remember, Chair, we'll only close the 73 once all the 73 have been settled. So for now, we are just left with 4 out of the 73. Okay. So that the number of litigation will then go down as a result. From a monetary point of view, Chair, of course, we will then do cost analysis right at the end, having checked how much. Remember the negotiations with the 73 in particular. If we were to pay them what they initially demanded, from a rent value point of view, there's going to be obviously a very distinct reduction from the original litigation amount. Okay. But we will only reconcile those figures once we have now closed the 4 out of the 73. And there's no doubt in our mind, Honorable Member, that it will reduce our contingents as a result. Thanks. I'm not sure HOD wants to add.
HOD wants to add.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson and members. Member Kumala, I just wanted to add that over and above the mediation and the settlement, there's a broader strategy adopted by the province at the level of state law advisory services, where departments have been requested to remove dormant cases from their books, and that has helped us to clean up our contingent liability. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
That's my last comment. I think essentially that's the report one is looking for, which indicates the contribution of our alternative method of dealing with cases, but more on, I don't want him to say there will be a reduction, what if it's not there, but factual, having analyzed, because there are some that we have closed. But now I take it that we should be knowing, because we've closed them, that whether they contributed towards the reduction strategy or not. But Chair, I think we'll await for that report where the financial analysis will be indicated to us, whether it has reduced or what, on a factual basis. Thank you.
Do I get you correctly, Member Kumalo, that the essence of your question is, yes, the court has now gone through the process in terms of the ruling of the, I think it is the judge president, that mediation needs to happen so that they can, in terms of case management and case role management, and the cases that are over 3 years, etc., then categorized as dormant, closed, etc. That is from the court's perspective, that is a reduction. It will then lead to the reduction, not just in this department, but other departments as well. What you wanted to find out is what the department is doing to reduce. And are you satisfied with that answer as yet?
Yeah, Chair, I'm satisfied with the answer and the method that they are using to intervene. But the point is that report which indicates the financial reduction. For instance, he is saying, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name? Yeah, he's saying that clearly there will be a reduction even from a finance point of view, because as we negotiate or mediate these things, say a person wanted 100 million, when we mediate, we end up with 50 million, so it means we've saved there and all of that. All that I'm saying is that that's the report, MEC, that we would need to have a sight of, so that we can be able to monitor that reduction strategy better. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Celia.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about underspend, specifically underspend in programs that have to do with social relief. In your previous response to the committee, you accounted for 26 million of a total of 59 million of underspend in that program. So my question to you is to provide the committee with a full breakdown of the underspend, the whole amount, and to determine measures to prevent similar delays in essential social assistance programs, to provide the committee with clear procedures for monitoring the budget execution and ensuring that allocated funds are fully spent as planned, and then to provide the committee with a comprehensive list of all the actual projects that have been impacted by the underspend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I'll ask the CFO to respond on that.
Thank you very much, MEC. Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members and colleagues. Just to respond, I think the remaining 33 million that that was left and not responded, it was in essence relating to NPO funding, specifically within Program 5 of the department. This was mainly in the areas of skills development, women's development, and youth development was the key project areas where this was affected. The key contributing factor to these were we had a few NPOs that was rendering services within this space, and there was adverse investigation reports as well as audit findings against some of these organizations that's functioning and operating within this space and the environment. So early in the year, we stopped the funding going to these organizations while we were dealing with the investigation processes and the consequence aspects subsequent to that, which then obviously led that we tried to later in the year as well as we identified additional organizations to bring them on board in those areas. But obviously based on the significant budget allocation, we were not able to catch up with the number of NPOs. Carrying through into this year, some of those organizations is still affected because there was quite significant adverse findings, and some of these matters were also further referred to other agencies within government to look into. So what we've done this year to prevent it from happening again, there's an internal process where during the year we go out again looking for organizations outside of our normal funding process, so that we can then close the gaps in areas where there's undercommitted funds. So that exercise, it was mainly focused towards the area of sustainable livelihoods and women and youth development, so that we prevent the under expenditure from reoccurring. But it is a bit of a challenge if you don't have NPOs that's fully that's applying for the services, and then having a gap. So we've tried to see as well where we can expand, especially in the area of skills development, which is a critical service delivery area for us, especially linked with substance abuse and our homeless programs, so that we are able then to fully spend that budget. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
I just have a follow-up, and this is a big picture follow-up. So when the public hears 59 million, they will go, wow, that's a lot of money. But if you take your whole budget and your underspending, are you within the 95% guidelines from Treasury? Are you spending, your underspend is less than 5% of your budget?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yes, it's under the 5%.
Chair, I'm highlighting this because this question keeps coming up every year. And although this department is supposed to spend on social relief, they are within the Treasury guideline of spending 95% of their budget. Thank you.
Yeah, in that regard, can you then perhaps just please, provide us with clear procedures for monitoring budget execution and ensuring that these allocated funds are spent into the future, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, what we have introduced, we have on a Monday, every Monday morning, EXCO meetings led by the HOD, where we look specifically not just towards the finances, but as well as our various targets to monitor and track targets that's underperforming, so that we can put relevant interventions in place, and these are tracked then on a weekly basis. The NPO budget spent, we're breaking that is also part and the detail of what we are discussing, as well as our spending and performance with regards to our other three key service delivery areas of school uniform, food distribution, and the dignity pack programs that we have within the department. Additional to that, MEC also on every Tuesday evening we go through the same process where MEC holds us to account with regards to progress, how much have we moved, what have we closed in the various sections, what are we doing to ensure that we are not underspending. And these are run on a weekly basis to ensure that we appropriately manage that. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Seeing that you are dealing with this on a weekly basis and so on, can you perhaps provide us with a comprehensive list of all the projects impacted by this underspending that you are addressing through your weekly get-togethers and assessments? Are you able to do so now, or could you be able to provide it for us in writing within the next 2 days.
We'll be able to provide in writing, Chair.
Okay.
Where CFO is indicating that it's mainly around programs that have to do or affecting young people, women, and people with disabilities, and also sustainable livelihoods, including dignity packs and school uniform. So it's mainly those that are affected, but and sometimes the effect comes in because sometimes schools close, so it means you can't distribute at a certain point in time. You have to wait for January. So by the time it's January, it will be already in fourth quarter but also the late allocation of the tenders when it comes to dignity packs, food distribution, and also the school uniform. So we might be re-advertising again for school uniform, but those tenders, they've already started delivering. So meaning come January, we will be on target. But we have started the process so that we don't do things at a last minute and it affects service delivery, because comes the new financial year, and if by March you will have not spent that money, that's when Treasury takes that money out of your books, or you have to apply for a rollover. And if you do not apply for a rollover with evidence that you have committed that money already, like that 26 million that is being referred to, it's money we could prove to Treasury that we have committed it by the time they close the books on the 10th of March. So I'm sure with the adjustment that is coming now in November, they are going to reallocate back that money back to us. So if you do the balance of probabilities, it means our underspending will be not 59, but it will be lesser come next year when you call us to come in account. And we are serious. We want a clean audit. You are not going to call us next year. Watch the space. Thank you very much.
MEC, yes, we all want a clean audit. And the impact thereof has to be, of course, improved service delivery to our people. It's one thing about getting the balances and the books sorted out. It's a different thing in terms of the service delivery standards out there.
Siyabangena every day, Chair, and members. They know us. We're famous in the townships.
I think you should start your own TV program, MEC. You know, pay pop shelt and what's the other one? And, you know, so you
Mocha.
I think you should start your own program. Member Tlebere?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, MEC and the department. Chairperson, referring to paragraph 28, page 192 of the audit findings on irregular expenditure, the department acknowledged that deviation from normal procurement were done to avoid service delivery delays. However, there's limited explanation on why standard supply chain procedures were inadequate and what has been changed to prevent recurrence. So maybe before MEC, I'll ask these 5 questions that I have, and then the MEC and the department can then respond to all of them. What concrete systems or controls have been put in place to ensure accountability and to prevent further irregular expenditure of this nature? And the department committed to finalizing determination testing on irregular expenditure by the 31st of October 2025. Can the MEC confirm whether this has been completed and what the outcome was? And why were these payments made outside approved procurement processes? And what actions has been taken against the officials involved? What justified the non-compliance in procuring official services, deviation from competitive bidding 2024-25 financial year? What justified the non-compliance in procuring professional services
the 2,343,000 and catering, venues and educational items, that's 104,000. And the final one will be on improper selection from National Treasury Panel. Can the MEC explain why the selection from the Treasury Panel was irregular and what measures are being implemented to ensure such procedural lapses do not recur again? That will be all my questions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I'll first ask Natalie to come and also respond to some of them because they are determined by the risk. The CRO, come Natalie. Natalie. And then the other questions will be responded to by Johan, CFO.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and members, MEC and colleagues. With regard to the irregular expenditure reported in the AFS for 24-25, we have concluded on all the determination testing for those items. What has now flowed from those outcomes, it requires us to obviously look at the internal control environment and put in corrective measures. And that is being decided on and implemented currently. There was also a look at whether there were any losses incurred and if any recoveries had to be made, and there were none identified across all of the cases because the department did receive value for money and only paid for that which they benefited from. And I think the largest part is now the institution of consequence management against the relevant officials. There have been a number of officials identified, and those processes have already begun together with the labor relations processes. So hopefully, MEC, through you, we can perhaps provide a progress report at a later stage once all of these activities have had an opportunity to conclude. Thank you.
CFO.
Thank you very much, MEC, and thank you, member, for the questions. I think just to add on what the CRO has raised, this to a large extent we were waiting for the determination outcome to identify exactly what went wrong from a procedural point. But I think in general the challenge was that there was, based on the fact that there was not a tender in place, there was then a request to do a deviation, but the deviation, the criteria for deviation was not necessarily fully met, and on that basis it was then interpreted to be irregular expenditure in nature. So I think it was one of those, as well, trying to balance your procedural processes without also affecting the service delivery at the end of the day, which is always a very fine balance to follow. But based on the interpretation, the criteria didn't meet the requirements for deviation, hence irregular. Just, I think, on the treasury aspect, what to a large extent transpired is that only one supplier was selected and there was not a competitive process followed within the panel of service providers that was there. And on that basis, you missed the competitive aspect of your process, and it was then determined as irregular expenditure. The rest, I think, is just relating to it's ex post factos where people didn't follow processes. So I think that just indicates we need to close the gap with regards to how people are being able to circumvent the process, because these are obviously, it's something that you find out afterwards of. So we were able to detect these transactions later on as irregular, but how do we strengthen and working with regards? So that also comes down a lot to our ethics awareness and those type of things within the culture of the organization, because it's just people having to follow the process so that you don't have to then ratify something else where people worked around it. I think on the outcome of the determination testing as well, the relevant disciplinary steps and things would be taken. Those are all vital and key for taking the submission for condemnation to Treasury. to look at what went wrong, what have you done to correct it, and what disciplinary steps have you taken. If you don't meet those criteria, they will send you back with your submission. So we're hoping that then after now concluding on disciplinary, that we're still within this financial year, can also put through the request for condonation to reduce that balance of the irregular expenditure as well in our books, because we've been carrying it for a number of years. And I don't think it's necessarily reflecting very good on the department having such a large amount for such a long period. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chair, kindly note, this happened in the 6th administration, not now. So these are not our shenanigans. So it must be placed on record that successor-in-law, I mean, abanye. Angizuphuza umsobho enyama engayidlanga. Pardon the Zulu language. These Zulus, they are troubling me. They want me to drink. They want me to drink a soup that I did not even cook its meat. That's what it means if I have to do direct translation. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Much appreciated. You know, we understand that this could have happened when you weren't on. It wasn't on your watch per se, but surely those officials are still in the department. And you're correct in indicating, sir, that unless you take that disciplinary steps and it is seen that there is corrective action taking place because of consequent management, you will have this recurring all the time. And the things that really struck my mind was, and my ear, was circumvent the process, not following the procedure, because when you do a deviation, and those are all circumstances and instances that opens themselves up to nefarious activities of people. And unless there's consequences, this will continue year in and year out. Now, you did indicate, MEC, or somebody indicated the possibility of us getting a report back as to how many officials, what were their charges, how far they are, those concluded, those whatever. If we can get that within the next 21 days, we'd appreciate it. Because at the end of the day, also when you please give us that information, please let us not find the usual response. The people have resigned, they've now gone somewhere else. That happened in the last term. That person doesn't work here anymore. They're now working in the private sector. There's one thing that there is no statute of limitations on, and that is to follow the money. We go after those individuals and we get back that money, because it is the public purse that they've been dipping into, and that is money that we need so that the necessary services can be provided to our people. And unless we do such, we are going to have people taking here, going somewhere else, because there's no consequent management. So I hope that that will be the issue with regard to not just the criminal aspects, and where there are criminal aspects, of course, for the necessary charges to be laid criminally against those individuals as well.
Just to
are you happiness?
indicate,
You have happiness, Member Claveria?
Okay, so maybe, like you have said, Chair, finalization of the disciplinary issues and the report, maybe the department must speed up the timeline for finalizing disciplinary processes and also submitting corrective action to Treasury, so that those irregular expenditure can be cleared from the books, from your books. But I think in some extent, Chair, the MEC is correct. You know, we saw through the Tembisa that at times the officials can get you into trouble if you are not hard enough on them. But I do trust the MEC that she can deliver. You know, Chair, if we give a woman something, she will definitely deliver. So I have full confidence that we'll have turnaround on the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Evans?
Yes.
Member Evans, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Let me just get to my questions. I have 3 questions, Chair, on House resolutions emanating from the previous cycle. Question 1 is, can you provide details on broader consequent management activities within the UIF and W area to prevent tolerance for transgressions or recurrence? A follow-up is required. And then question 2, provide the timelines for the completion of the automation of the NPO monitoring function, and when will it be integrated into the grantor system in collaboration with e-government? Last question is, can you please provide the committee with measures being implemented to address each identified risk? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. DDG Skawan, please come and respond.
Chair, thanks. Maybe just starting on the general guidelines as far as consequence management for these UIFs and Ws, and generally, I think consequence management on wrongdoing. Chair, maybe it's of importance to indicate that wrongdoers are being caught. I mean, I think our statistics currently on DCs, disciplinary hearings and disciplinary processes, I think there's just over about 100 people that are undergoing DC for different reasons and different, and this is about just over 100 people out of 4,600. Let's just bear that in mind as well. So there is a bigger ongoing DC processes in the department for all kinds of wrongdoing. There just seem to be a focus maybe on 1 or 2 cases where the matters are delaying and all that. But almost every week, there's consequence management in the department for all sorts of wrongdoings. I just thought I must pitch it at that level, number 1, Chair, so that there shouldn't be an impression that there's no consequence at all within the department. And we're dealing with these matters despite our capacity constraints. I mean, we only have about 4 people in a labor relations unit for a staff complement of 4,600. You can imagine the workload thereof. This team is not only dealing with DCs, they're dealing with grievances, they're dealing with all sorts of other things under the ambit of labor relations. But be that as it may, we are doing the work to the best of our ability. The second point on the grantor system and the whole application of the NPO. Chair, I think maybe let's start with the recent uproar. We're all aware that we opened up the applications for NPO for the next round of applications. The system was being tested for the very first time. The system was developed from scratch. So there's been some formative of them, but this particular system was the first of its own kind. So it was tested for the very first time with this round of application. As you would expect with any other IT system, at the beginning of this application process, there were glitches. Applicants could not download attachments and so forth and so on. eGov called back the developer. So the developer is on site as we speak, and he is correcting the errors as we are picking them up. Over and above that glitches, we then also had an alternative email for all applicants to be able to apply on an email, because an email almost immediately gives you proof that we have applied, and we also increased the capacity of that email to be able to absorb the kind of attachment that went with it. There was an initial closing date for these applications. MEC then extended the application date, and I think we closed on the 30th of October. And I must state, Chair, that in the first 3 weeks of the application, the system nearly crashed because of that load. The service provider came back, started clearing the errors. Some people managed to then apply successfully on the system. The service provider is still on site to make sure. Remember, the system must then move into different stages of the application, including payments, grant payments, and all those type of things. And what we are now testing as part of the system, now that the applications are closed, we are now testing the payment, grant payment part. And there's this thing that we call in IT that one-run payment testing. So we'll be able to make a grant payment of R1. On the other side, the service provider, then acknowledge it and allocate the R1 and be able to respond back. So we are testing that part already. As far as the email applications are concerned, so we've received quite a number of email applications. The idea is that those email applications are going to be downloaded back into the system, okay? So whoever applied on the email, once this information is now transported into the grantor will then send a prompt to the applicant to say your application, which was in the email, is now back on the grantor system. And that's where we are as far as the grantor system is concerned. I must, however, state, Chair, that I think it's getting much, much better. It has improved quite a lot in the last, 10 days of the closing date or so, and we are beginning to see the results. Thanks, MEC.
Thank you, Chair. I am so happy to hear that action is being taken against those involved in the UIFNW areas. But I'd like to know, are there any preventative measures to ensure that similar regressions do not occur again? Thank you.
Is it on the grantor or from the consequence?
Yes.
Yeah, Chair. let me start my answer by saying consequence management by its nature is meant to make people as a deterrent, that you yourself don't repeat it or any other person who thinks of committing the same doesn't commit. So that's number one. As we charge those that we are charging and meting the consequence on them, the expectation is that it shall not be repeated. And those that are planning will not even intend doing it. But we know human nature. It always kicks in. Secondly, there's in terms of public service code of conduct, there's continuous code of conduct awareness that we are conducting through human resources to all our staff on what we call mischievous behavior, good conducts, and so forth and so on. Those that have ears to listen, I think they will listen. Those who would always take chances will always be there. And I'm just saying, I think we should not be naive that amongst us there shall never be thieves. There shall always be thieves. Our work is to catch the thief. And our DC system and our consequence management is meant for that purpose. Thanks, Chair.
Colleagues, any further questions? Member Robertson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, mine is just on the internal control deficiencies that was raised. The question was put to the department and it was partially covered. But could we be told with the measures that were put in place that senior management is actively exercising oversight and the internal control deficiencies are being effectively monitored and addressed, And then may we have a few examples of these control measures that were put in place and what is being addressed through doing that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair and Member, for the question. And I think to a large extent, we also then going to have to go back and look at what was the root causes. And I think as the Chair also picked up, it was the circumventing and then as well going for deviations, which was our key contributing factors to that. I think in response to that, especially from a management point of view, it's important that your executive is there to support the process to not go into deviations, and I think we've got that commitment from the HOD. So the department have, since we've not entered into any deviations, the tenders is out, they're functioning, we're delivering on those services, and we're ensuring that as well with the next tender that it's out before the need becomes, so that you don't have a need to deviate from the process to render services. So it was just catching up with regards to the tenders, having them all out, and making sure that you don't create a service delivery gap that will lead you to have to take deviations at the end of the day. But I think from the commitment and the support from the executive, that has really assisted with regards to making sure that we don't deviate onto anything. I think including the risk management and legal as well to advise, and in areas where they've put certain opinions and processes in place, those are what was taken up by the executive and what was followed through on. So I think it's just about a collective management as well, supporting and making sure that you adhere to these processes and not create situations where you have to deviate from the process. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think that does, because I was wondering whether the tender processes and procurement were the only issues there. So yeah, I think it is fully responded to then from where I'm sitting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Any further questions or remarks, colleagues? Happiness. MEC, thank you so much for your attendance here, for the comprehensive responses that we have received from you and your team. And we look forward to getting that report with regard to consequent management. I think you've also noticed there's a change in the way we ask and put our questions. That we're asking what is the HOD and what is the CFO doing about things, because ultimately the buck stops with you. And we're fully aware of the fact that where there is some rot, and you indicated there will be rot, it is very seldom that you'll find it in your executive, because yours is a 5-year term. It starts off there with middle management, who are the implementers, who are the people who have to make things happen. And they have a permanent job, if I may put it that way. And you will find that they don't even want to apply for promotions because their bread is buttered. We need to take the bread and butter away from them. Thank you so much, MEC. Continue with your good work on the ground, and hopefully, and I'm going to go off record with this. Thank you so much. And thank you for being early. MEC, to you and your team, lunch is ready. You are also invited to come share some lunch with us so that we also don't have fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Colleagues, can we be back in this room by 5:02 for the latest, please, so that we can commence with our next one on time? All right, much appreciated.
Yes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. MEC, very good afternoon to you and to your team. It's always a pleasure to see you. We have a job to do, MEC, and it is never a personal thing. Some of it is pleasant, others not so pleasant. But I think you take it in the spirit in which it comes. We here as colleagues, we are accountable to the people out there and in this room who are citizens of this beautiful province of ours. But thank you for being on time. We really appreciate it. And I'm, from my side, an apology for the few minutes late that we started. Waiting for some officials and so on to still also arrive. But before we continue with your aspect of reporting back to us and follow-up questions that we have, I need to declare this precinct as a legislature precinct. In terms of Rule 56.2 of our rules. So therefore, I, Honourable John Moody, Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, SCOPA, declare the Emperor's Palace in the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality as the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, version 5, revision 2, read together with section 2, subsection 1, and section 28 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act number 4 of 2004. For the duration of this meeting, this place will be the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Thus, the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all of the engagements of this day. Thank you so much. MEC, we had submitted questions to your department emanating from the outcomes of the Auditor General. Your department had responded to us, and the purpose for this particular meeting and hearing here this afternoon is for us to ask additional questions or follow-up questions where we found that, in our opinion, the responses wasn't full enough or adequate for us to actually address the issues that were raised. Having said that, MEC, as SCOPA, we also work under pressure. I can understand that you have, I don't know how many hospitals, etc., and your plate is very full. Exactly. But we also have a process that we have to follow as SCOPA. Hence it is that when we forward the necessary questions to the relevant departments, which includes yours, and we have a timeline that we put to it. We don't put it there so that we put you under pressure. We have to look at the program of the legislature, and we have to then be able to ensure that we get timeous responses to those questions posed to you so that we can do our job of analyzing your responses. And that analysis is not an easy one. It's not just about taking your response and looking at the question and saying, this is it. We then have to do further drilling into the reports, etc. So it is very time-consuming for us, and we don't just have one department. So once more, I need to just put it on record that we are fairly disappointed in the first instance with the response regarding the department itself, which was late, which put us under pressure, but more specifically the medical supply depot that we only got yesterday. It is not acceptable. We have, as I said, a job to do. And this, in a sense, almost ties our hands behind our backs, because the last thing we want to do is just to tick a box as SCOPA and say, okay, so we agree with this, and therefore, because of time, etc., we'll just accept things. It is definitely not on. It makes your job and your task a difficult one. It makes ours a very unpleasant one. So please, I beg you, in future, please can we have our responses being seen to as a matter of urgency? And if we can sometimes it's a week or so, we can understand that, but the day before, that's almost 3 months later, totally not acceptable. Thank you, MEC. The process that we're going to follow is we have submitted questions to you, to your department. It has been responded to. We've analyzed, and there's some follow-up questions that we'd like to ask so that we are able to close the loop. Okay. Where you give answers that are holistic in its response, and it then touches on other questions that we would have asked, which is similar to the question that was posed to you and that you are responding to, we will then take it that those responses, if acceptable on those first questions posed to you, then subsequently addresses those other questions as well. I understand that you also have other work to do, and so do we. We've been here since this morning, so we'd like to expedite this and get this matter as speedily concluded as possible, but also as holistically as possible. I'm going to ask Member Kunene if you could please start with the questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, MEC. Thank you, Chair. As the committee, we received the answers to the questions that we asked, but there were some areas where we felt that the question was not adequately answered. Therefore, we have further questions and want to ask on those questions, specifically on material uncertainties. Yo, slung sabaleka. Gonna log.
We understand. Taking us read.
Yeah, ish. Yeah. So please, MEC, please provide a complete separate breakdown of the 563 million unconfirmed intergovernmental balances, detailing the nature of the underlying transactions, the specific departments involved, and the verifiable reasons for the protracted disagreement and lack of confirmation. While the reduction in contingent liability is noted as a success for claims management, the question sought the effectiveness in reducing the prevalence of new lawsuits. Please provide data that clearly indicates the number of new medical legal claims filed in the most recent 2 financial years, that is 2023-24 financial year and 24-25 financial year, compared to prior years, to demonstrate the effectiveness of proactive clinical improvement strategies. Provide the mandatory proof of evidence for all disciplinary steps confirmed as underway in relation to adverse effects. Specifically, detail the number of cases, the nature of adverse events, the date of the investigation was initiated, and the current stage of each case. While the reduction in contingent liability is noted as success for claims management, the question sought the effect. I think the question is. Yeah, no, this is a repeat. Yeah, that will be all, MEC. In terms of we can answer the 3 questions that we have asked here.
Thanks, Honorable Member Kunene. Chair, through you, we will try and intervene in terms of summarizing the question what Chair is raising, but we will prefer that we prepare a detailed presentation on the question so that some of the information is not left, because it's correct, the question that Chair is asking us, and we've been dealing with these problems for some time now. We know what we've done up to so far, but we're going to hand over to HOD to indicate to the team. I'm sure it's your legal team that will talk to. Yeah, the legal team. No, it's too so easy. Ayabonga is here. You will present that, but in summary, Ayabonga, and then HOD will prepare a detailed response that we will give it to you, Chair. Thank you. If you agree, Chair. Okay, thanks.
We agree.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to honorable members, MEC and HOD, and colleagues at large. To deal with the first question, Chair, of the 500 unverified for departmental structures, I think if we are to look at that one, there was a time where infrastructure was dealing with our matters. So we've got a lot of litigation that infrastructure was involved in, where health is also involved in, and that is the amount that is still pending in terms of the two departments that infrastructure is sued and health is sued. So the dispute is whether health is liable or infrastructure is liable. So that is the amount that we are actually referring to, Chair, in fact, in terms of that first question. The second question, Chair, of, if I can be assisted, Chair, again of the second question.
Please, please provide data that clearly indicates the number of new medical claims, medical legal claims filed in the most two recent financial years.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think what is intended with that question is to show whether there is an incline or a decline in medical malpractice from the two financial years to where we are now. I don't have the actual numbers with me now, before me, but what I can explain is we'll put that information to what the MEC is saying. We'll provide a comprehensive report. But Chair, we have seen a decline in the past two financial years in terms of the number of matters we've received vis-a-vis what we're receiving now. And the basis of that is that, Chair, the medical malpractice matters, you'll find out that those that we are currently dealing with now are matters that the adverse events happened way back in 2015, and they are only coming in now. And the strategies that the department has employed to try and reduce the influx of medical legal matters is only going to be seen when the next two financial years has passed. So what we've done from 2020, 2021, we have put in strategies in place, and those strategies are starting to yield results now. But the influx of matters that are coming in are not recent matters that are 2020, 2021 matters. We are still dealing in court with 2015, 2016, we still have 2012 matters. And that is why we then went back to court to say, some of the matters that are sitting in our contingent liability, influxing it, are matters that date back to 2007, where none of us were still there. So we then pinpointed the Rule 37B together with Chapter 8 of the policy to say all matters that remain dormant for a period of 24 months and 36 months respectively, those matters must be taken out of the contingent liability register so that we can see whether the strategies that are put in place are yielding the positive results. Because if we let those matters sit in the contingent liability register, then we will not see whether we are moving forward with the strategy. So that's why there is a decrease in the contingent liability itself, because of those two strategies, together with the mediation strategy that we've employed in finalizing now the contingent liability matters, those medical negligence matters. So in our report that we're going to prepare, Chair, we're going to put then a graph that shows where we were in the past 2 financial years. And I think in that graph, it will be seen that the dates in which the adverse events happened are dates that date back to more than 5-6 years ago. Then we will be able then to transact where we currently are and whether the strategies are actually employing the right results, which we have confirmed that they are, in the absence of the old matters that were not dealt with the new strategies that we've dealt with. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, maybe just shortly, without necessarily getting too much detail, I would just want to hear what strategies have you put in place? Just a summary of the strategies that you have put in place to minimize these medical legal claims. As you say that there's a strategy now. So.
Thank you, for that, Chair. So, Chair, medical legal is in twofold. So there's the strategies that legal will employ to absorb the shock of litigation, and there are strategies that clinical services will actually put in place to curb the influx of those matters. So what I will do is I will explain the ones from legal to say that when these matters are coming in, so they are coming in and we first deal with them in terms of Rule 37B, that is those historical ones where the old matters are sitting into the register, because once matters sit into a register for more than 36 months maximum, then those cases are dormant. There's nothing that's going to be done with them, and they are just sending a wrong signal of saying the department's contingent liability is spiking high. So the first strategy was that we then scrutinized the court rules, and we picked up that there's a Rule 37B there that is administrative archiving that talks to effect that if a matter remains dormant for a period exceeding 24 months without any pleadings being exchanged, then the department can administratively archive that matter and take it out of the contingent liability. Second one, Chair, is that Chapter 8 of the policy in managing contingent liability, that is a Department of Justice policy. Chapter 8 of that policy says the very same thing, but it gives 36 months instead of the 24 months. So they just differ in terms of the time period which a matter must remain in idle, but they talk of the same thing. And then, Chair, we then employed what we call mediation. Mediation now is the form of ADR, alternative dispute resolution, so that we don't go to court for full-blown litigation, taking into account that we have been bleeding for a very long time in terms of legal costs. So what we've said is that let's then use mediation, and I think Health Gauteng is the first one to pilot mediation and actually show other provinces that it actually does yield the positive results, because we then finalize matters far less than what the court orders. For example, in a CP case, we can finalize the matter at 10 million vis-a-vis what it was done in court, finalizing a matter at 32 million. So mediation is effective, not costly, time effective as well, because we take 2 to 3 weeks to finalize one matter as opposed to sitting with a matter for more than 5 years in court for litigation. So those are the three legal strategies that we've employed, Chair, to deal with medical legal on the legal side. I'm not sure whether Doc can talk to the clinical strategies just to complete the strategies that we've employed.
Give you Dr. Smith. Whilst the mic is going there, Chair, the other thing that we have done then, we are not using outside lawyers with that process. We are using internal lawyers. We have 2 directors, Ayabonga Tuswa and Nandi Patselenyane, that are responsible for that. And we are the ones, Chair, that have made even the court, that Judge Mlambo, we used to doctors now, Judge Mlambo's decision was based on our decision, because we even wrote to the judges and complained about the problem of health. I visited the court where you find there is a flaw that they are only dealing with health matters in Gauteng. So even themselves, they sympathized with us and felt that what we've started doing of mediating the cases, it's proper, then they had to take that decision. So it was influenced by the Department of Health in Gauteng. Thank you. Can you go ahead?
No, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair MEC and the honorable members. In as far as clinical is concerned, I will describe it in different forms. One, as we are all aware that we have started a process that started as far probably back as 2017 that we call patient safety incident. That patient safety incident process, as Gauteng Department of Health, we had strengthened that. That is a process where we encourage the clinicians and the staff on the ground to report on incidences, and what we do, we also classify these incidences in terms of the severity, where we've got severity 1, 2, and 3, and we then have to report this severity 1 within 24 hours to the quality team. So that has, as Gauteng Department of Health, this year we even in the national, we are #1 in terms of reporting these incidences. And following the reporting of these incidences is how then do we resolve them? So what has happened is that that has encouraged us and the clinicians to be able to say, as the incidences happen, they get reported through the quality, and quality is immediately able to get all the statements and ensure that these cases are then attended to. That also, in terms of what we have done, realizing that most of the litigations were from the maternity side. And part of that was contributed by us not able to provide the files once there is this matter coming. So we've strengthened in terms of file management in maternity, that all the patient's records in maternity have to be kept in a safe place until, therefore, we know that there is no dispute in terms of that particular case. Also, second, what we have done in terms of that, there is 2 parts to it. There is a neonatal part and a maternity part, the mother part. So what we've done, we've put clinicians into groups that are led by senior clinicians in the province, that they therefore work on solutions. Currently, as we speak, we've got a neonatal group that has advised and also assisted us in identifying where are the problems, so that we have increased the number of neonatal beds that are available in the province and even the equipment, and we are also still beefing that up so that then they work collectively and are able to manage these patients in terms of the neonatal side. Also on the mother side now, therefore there is a proper referral system that we have identified and are working with now in terms of clustering within districts and knowing that this particular clinic refers to this particular district hospital in terms of which type of complications as the patient goes up the ladder. And what we had also realized in terms when we did our analysis was that most of these patients were fetal distress patients that we could not get into theater as speedily as they're supposed to be. And also the deficiency was in documentation, the processes. So currently we are strengthening that documentation surrounding the incidences. For instance, if a mother comes to the hospital and has fetal distress and has to be in theater in the next 30 minutes, but at that particular time, there are already other patients that are occupying that theater. Previously, we were not correctly documenting those incidences so that we were able to prove that the service at that time was being provided to another critical patient as well. And the resources, unfortunately, are not unlimited. So we have also started documenting those processes. The other thing as well is what we have done as a department, we have prioritized the departments that are giving us, like I've said, neonatal and mother. The nurses that we have allocated, despite the few resources that we've had, we have beefed up the two departments, that is mother and child. And even the hospitals that were previously not providing a maternity 24-hour service, we have beefed up those to provide a maternity 24-hour service, including increasing the number of MOUs that are providing maternity services for our patients. So those are some of the strategies that we have implemented on the ground to improve in terms of mother and child services that we provide. Thank you.
No, yeah, one last input and question. No, thanks, MEC and Dr. Selepe. No, I think that was a very comprehensive response, which is quite impressive on steps that have been taken to minimize adverse events, and specifically in the maternity section. So maybe the question that I would ask now, that where, through the detailed documentation that the department does, and there's a conclusion that the adverse events is a result of fault on the side of the clinicians, do we have a process where the department proactively offers compensation so that you don't have to wait for the lawyers to visit? Because I hear that you keep the files very tight, so these lawyers don't have access to these files. So I'm just asking that, so that it's not a question of waiting for legal process to be started by patients. To have a process where we say, here, let's offer compensation to this person. But where and what steps? Because one of the questions that I asked was, do you have evidence of action that you have taken, wanted evidence of action that you have taken against clinicians or whoever who would have resulted in adverse events? So we would want evidence of that as part of the, I know this is quite a detailed question in terms of evidence, so you may have to submit it in writing. But yeah, so the question is two-pronged. Are we offering proactive compensation, and are we really taking action against those who are responsible for adverse events?
Thanks for the question once more, Chair. What currently happens, as I've said, we have a process called a PSI, or Patient Safety Incident Reporting Process. Once our quality team have got that file and they go through it, part of going through that file, if an incident, for instance, has happened at Far East Rand Hospital, once quality takes the file, they would then go through the process. But part of the process is to give that file as well to two of our senior specialists at different areas. One would probably be at Chris Andi Baragwanath, and another senior specialist in that department, maybe a Steve Biko, to go through that file and do an analysis for us. Once they've done that analysis, and then we find that, and both of them have a conclusion that probably might be similar or different, but there's a conclusion. We therefore give that file to the legal department to say, we have this file and this is the incident. Can then the legal department start a process of mediation on this particular case? And part of that, based on the nitty-gritties as well as what the clinicians have said, then it also, if there is that gross negligence, because most of the time you find that the issues were systemic. It would then be referred to labor, but it usually works through quality. Therefore, quality, once they've gone through the senior clinicians, therefore they would hand over to legal to say, we need your help in terms of also your legal opinion and mediation in this particular area. I don't know if Tuswa wants to add.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair, there is a proactive process that is of mediation. So as Dr. Doctor said, that when we receive the matters from quality assurance, we then ask them to first do a redress with the family and advise the family of the adverse event and advise that they can sue the department, but a more faster and effective way that does not involve lawyers. And if they want, they can bring a lawyer into that process. So we mediate it before even a letter of demand comes into place. And then what we do to make sure that the matter doesn't come again when we've finalized it through mediation, we then take the mediation agreements and make it an order of court, so that down the line, 2-3 years later, when the attorneys go back and want to re-put that matter into the system, it then can be picked up from the court roll that it was once finalized. So we actually do finalize those matters, and I think we receive more of those matters and we welcome more of those matters so that they don't then come as contingent liability. So we deal with them before they even get to be in the register of contingent liability. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, I'm quite satisfied with the response, Chair. Thank you, MEC, with your team.
Related to this particular question that was sent to the department, is an amount that, and it's quite a substantial amount, of $500 million, which speaks to intergovernmental, what do they call it, intergovernmental, let me just get that right. Yeah, but you understand what I think, because you spoke about the fact that there's other departments such as DID that has lawsuits, etc. Now, we had requested, that we get the detail thereof, and maybe just for the way forward, there's a lot of little issues in terms of the questions that were posed to you that didn't give us necessary detail that the committee wanted. And we will submit those to you in writing so that you can then give it to us also in writing, because I'm just looking at time, and I like the comprehensive responses, but we may not go through all the questions. So therefore, we would be then submitting supplementary questions to you so that you can respond to those. One of those would be this particular question, which relates to this $500 million, because we had requested that you provide a complete separate breakdown of the 563 million unconfirmed intergovernmental balances, and detailed in the nature of the underlying transactions and the specific departments involved, and the variable reasons for the protracted disagreements and the lack of confirmation. The rationale behind us asking such detailed questions is that we also need to be able to come to your assistance by then going to those other departments and saying to them, what is the issue here? Because it is impacting negatively upon yourselves. So therefore, our job is not just to hold you accountable, but to hold them accountable as well. And whilst I have the floor, I was remiss in not recognizing the presence in this meeting of the chairperson for social development, Dr. Chokwe. Welcome to the meeting. And please feel free to participate. If there's any questions that you'd perhaps like to ask, if there's a follow-up question, this is a legislature committee, so please feel free to do so. If you have a response to this particular question, the intergovernmental one, I'd appreciate it if you could give us an answer accordingly.
Good afternoon, Chair and MEC and members. Yeah, Chair, the 563, we've disclosed it as unconfirmed in the financial statements. It's basically 3 departments. It's your DID, which is about 380 billion. and Department of Justice, about 180 million. And then the 3 million, it's about, it's with regard to eGov internally. So, Chair, at any given point on a monthly basis, we do reconciliations and then send to departments and any other government entities so that they can then confirm those balances. So at the end of the financial year, these were the balances that were not confirmed. But during the financial year, the balances were confirmed. So you'll find that in this current financial year, the first quarter, some of these balances would have then been confirmed. But we'll give a detailed report as to what happened subsequently in the new financial year, whether these balances were confirmed. It's just a timing issue in terms of the end of the financial year. But where we have long outstanding unconfirmed balances, we'll also indicate the reasons why there's been long outstanding unconfirmed balances. There are those ones that we know that they have not been confirmed for quite some time. So we'll also give details of those unconfirmed balances, long outstanding ones. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Member Robinson.
Thank you so much, Chair. In terms of our questions with regards to material impairments, MEC, we did notice that there was an increase in the receivable balance from 4 billion to 4.2 billion. And I suppose that is to be expected in the economic climate we're in, etc. But one of the things we also noticed was that 5 service providers were put in place in order for revenue collection to be enhanced. However, the collection rate went down from 2% to 1% between the first and the second quarter. And Chair, I think the comprehensive part that I would like from that is a disaggregation between what the department internally is already collecting versus what, enhancement these service providers are bringing. And I think it might be unfair to say, I want that now. So perhaps that part could be in the written submissions, Chair. But just in terms of that, I would like an assessment on the effectiveness of this revenue collection strategy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Chair, I think the member is correct that perhaps it's a report that needs to be provided. We'll do a detailed analysis, exactly the impact of this participation in terms of the service providers that we have appointed. But in the current financial year, because the participation we started at the beginning of the financial year, but now we are in the third quarter, there is a huge improvement because we are just responding to these questions based on the end of September. So there is a huge improvement, but we'll then provide the details as well as disaggregate the data of the revenue that we collect and the revenue that we have also collected by the service provider. Just to add, I think in some of the questions we did indicate there's a huge debt of about 7 billion that we are owed by REF. And we also want to utilize the same strategy in order that we then collect that money from REF in utilizing one of these service providers. So those are the details that we'll also provide. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Chair, I'm happy if we receive that report. I think that will be helpful. Thank you.
Do you have any further questions?
No, not on this,
No,
Chair.
not.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Snyman, do you have any questions?
Thanks very much. I was not aware you were going out of order.
There's a reason for that, as you can see.
On a lighter note. But good afternoon to the MEC and good afternoon to the team with you. Good to see you. I have 2 questions, or 3, and they relate to the matter of expenditure management. And these questions appear in paragraphs 39, 40, and 41 and also paragraph 253. And then there's a research analysis, paragraphs 38 and 49. So what I'll do, I think just to make it easier, I will I will deal with question by question. I won't ask them all at once. I think it's probably easier that way. So the first question, and the preface to that is that whilst the reduction in irregular expenditure is noted, the question requires detailed reasons for past failure to take effective steps to prevent irregular expenditure as required by the PFMA section 38(1)(c)(2). And we are asking that we please be provided with particular specific details to demonstrate accountability for the historical non-compliance. And they're as follows. One, the primary root cause for the largest component of the 2.748 billion rand in irregular expenditure in the 2023-2024 financial year. For example, was it an unauthorized deviation, non-compliance with supply chain rules, or renewal of contracts? And then two, the specific period and the number of contracts/transactions that were affected by the probably vaguely referenced delays in contract finalization and administrative backlogs. And three, the proof of evidence of consequence management, taken against officials responsible for failing to address these delays and backlogs before the expenditure became irregular. So let me stop there before I go to the next one. Thanks.
Chair, you will take it.
Let's go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you very much, Chair. I think, yeah, in the main, Chair, the irregular expenditure of the department arises as a result of extension of contracts emanating from 2017 and so forth. So on those basis, what we have done to reduce, that's why you now see there's a reduction on year. In fact, we have reduced by 1 billion in terms of recording of irregular expenditure. We have then made sure that we award the contracts. Where contracts is lapsing, we make sure that we start the procurement process 6 months prior to that contract expiring. So we are left with just few contracts where we are still finalizing the contracts where there are contracts extensions. There are very few. In fact, in this financial year, at the end of the financial year, we won't have any contracts extensions. So we believe that we would have drastically reduced that. So secondly, Chair, is that because of the nature of the services that we render, for example, you'll find that we require a maintenance of a specific machine. And that machine, the OEM is the only service provider in the country. Obviously, we can't go on the tender process and advertise and so forth because it's the only service provider, the sole service provider. So in most cases, we'll then approve internally as a deviation to say we can go to that service provider directly because it has been proven that it is the only service provider that provides this machine in the whole country, just to get issues of maintenance. So in that, you'll then be found that when we presenting this to our colleagues at the Auditor General, is then regarded as irregular expenditure. But it's because the nature of our services. But what we have now done in this current financial year, we have then consolidated all those cases of maintenance that we know that are the maintenance that will be required as and when, so that we then have a contract. We go out on a tender process. If the OEM is the only bidder, we award that bidder. so that we then prevent these issues of deviations. So those are the only issues that we are dealing with now in this current financial year, other than really awarding all the contracts. And in addition to that, we have submitted the condonation because we must still reduce the balance of the irregular expenditure. So we are submitting condonation request to Provincial Treasury. The biggest one, it was one of the contracts where I know that Provincial Treasury, they are ready to provide us with the response. If we have a positive response, we'll then be able to reduce the 20 billion balance of the irregular expenditure. So those are the issues that we are dealing with in terms of the irregular expenditure, Chair. But the root cause, it's mainly, as we've indicated, the contract extensions. Proof of evidence, I think the internal control directorate, they do what you call determination tests. If there's a transaction that is recorded as an irregular expenditure, they will do a determination test. And the results of the determination test will then indicate who must be held accountable so that consequence management can then be implemented by the respective manager. So that process is unfolding. I know a few cases where they've already been referred to HR so that consequence management can then be implemented, Chair. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to mostly make a comment on the indication of steps being taken around irregular expenditure. It indicated that in the past, the practice has been the extension of contracts, which is regarded as irregular, and that now you are taking steps to, or the department, should I say, not you, the department is taking steps to award these contracts timeously before they actually expire, which I imagine was possibly why sometimes they were being extended, because the timeframes were too short. So I think we should welcome that step, and I just wanted to make that comment.
And at some stage, Chair, the Provincial Treasurer was managing our contracts. So we've just taken them not long, including the property auditors. Everything was done by the Provincial Treasurer when this lady that is talking was the MEC of Finance. So recently then, that's when there was this movement. And out of that movement, that's when we found that there were huge contracts. They were month to month, some of them, quite a number of them. Then now we're able, at least now, to kill those month-to-month contracts. Thank you. So I'm guilty as charged.
Yeah, and especially, I think the big one was the security issue, if I'm correct, that continued for years on a month-to-month
Security,
basis.
which was a huge contract, Chair, and it was for it was more than 15 years. Yeah, thanks.
We also have the floor. There was a question that we had posed to the department with regard to your about 98% of debt is impaired, and it speaks to the fact that there's 5 service providers now that does the collection. But that, would I be correct in assuming that the other 2% is actually being dealt with by those 5 debt collecting companies? Because you talk about free paying patients or customers. Now, the follow-up question from my side is this: if 98% of your liabilities, or should I say your debt, is impaired, it means it comes from the general public out there who, as you've indicated in your response, due to socioeconomic issues, etc., etc. You know, that's why the debt collection is as low as what it is. It definitely has an impact upon your finances as well. And you have all these other contingencies that you have to deal with. Are most hospitals still accepting cash? Question number one. Or is it a cashless process? Because if it is cash, then we have some follow-up questions. So please just, do you still work on cash, or is it a cashless environment?
Yeah, Chair.
Kid for the team.
Yeah, Chair, I think the provincial government through provincial treasury, the encouraging departments that we must then move away from cash. So what they have then done, they have then provided departments where there are pay points with the speed points so that people can then utilize the speed points. But you will understand, the Chair, that not everyone has a bank card. So some of the patients will still want to pay with cash. So currently it's that mixture of people paying with the bank cards as well as cash being also accepted at a very small scale, if I can indicate that, Chair.
So you're saying that your actual payments by card and also cash forms part of that 2% of money that you are receiving?
And Chair, in some institutions already now are introducing the medical aid, that you can pay with medical aid. Already at Steve Biko, that's what you are doing, because I was there even consulting myself. I had to pay with my medical aid, not with cash. So there is a process then now that we are moving towards even that process of those who have medical aids to utilize their medical aid. At Barra, I was there to check my eyes, then I've paid not cash, I used my medical aid card. But we want to spread it over to all the institutions, those who can afford, including this one of the speed point then, that provincial treasury is going to help us with.
Yeah, do we have a timeline more or less when we're going to be implementing this cashless services? Because even churches, and a few weeks ago, a car guard, when I said to him, I don't have any cash, produced his little machine and said, you can help me. So if technology has reached even car guards, you know, what's preventing us from doing it? You can't get onto a Rea Vaya bus or a metro bus without having purchased your ticket at the depot or the sales place. And even there, they don't accept cash, it is cardless. So when are we going to be doing that? Because, you know, with the status quo as it is, a person can then assume that hundreds of millions of rands is actually being paid for by the general public, and you're just not seeing it because there is no system to ensure that there is a recording of cash payments. Do you have any response on that? Is there a timeline?
Yeah, Chair, like I indicated, is that this project has been driven by provincial treasury. So on our side, we just want to enforce so that we really emphasize at our institutions and provide a notice to indicate that going forth, because we do have a speed point, going forth, the cash is no longer accepted. And we are only accepting debit orders because the facility is there. So it should not take us long to put those notices so that we notify the patients that cash is no longer available, accepted. So it's something that can be done speedily, Chair. Even perhaps maybe end of this month and so forth, we can put that notice. But the facility is there for a cashless service, Chair. Thanks.
The province has been on a drive to be cashless for more than 3 years now. And the issue is that if you're at a hospital, you can't turn someone away because they don't have a card and they have cash. So in fact, all institutions do have speed points, but you still have to sorry. So you do still have to cater for the cash. I think Premier Panyaza has been saying we should be cashless, but it's not entirely possible to just close it permanently because of, you know, the grannies that go to SARS and they want to see cash and they want to pay with cash. It's hard to just turn people away. But I think one of the issues we did have at health was where people would pay cash, then cash would kind of disappear because you bank once a week or whatever, and if I want to use it, I can use it and then replace it later, but there was a loss in that sense. But for the big hospital, Treasury brought in, it's like an ATM. So when you come in to pay, I don't put it in a drawer. I literally deposit it into that thing at the same time so that it reflects in the bank. So as much as we are still using cash, for the bigger hospitals, we are trying to make sure that cash does not lie idle. It just gets deposited into that, can't remember what we call it, but it's like an ATM thing that you put the money in, it reflects directly into the bank. So it does reduce the risk of cash, but as much as we are trying to go cashless, it is not possible to just cut it off because of the implications in health. Thanks.
Okay, I'm not going to belabor the point. We'll just put some more.
Yeah, Chair, no, what Chair we need to do then, Provincial Treasurer must take full responsibility if there are cash that is disappearing in our institutions, because they're the ones who are supposed to prevent that. And they're the ones who should talk to the teams so that they are able to make sure that those cash doesn't disappear. And we will want Chair to catch the name of some of the institutions that there's cash that has disappeared, because we can't answer for it on our side. And Treasury is aware of that, because there must be a plan of us dealing with those officials that there was cash that disappeared in their hands, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask a number of questions. If you are able to answer them, please do. If not, we will then also submit it to you in writing. All right. Which emanates from question number 3, dealing more specifically with the issues regard to payables exceeding funds to be surrendered. That is paragraph 9, page 248 of your report. Okay, and also page 18 to 33. That is, provide the critical list of the longest outstanding invoices, that's 90 days plus, specifying the supplier's name, invoice date, rand value, etc., and provide proof of evidence that a formal, focused inquiry or preliminary investigation was conducted by the department to definitively rule out individual negligence in areas within management control, such as commitment control failures, late invoice processing, or deficient cash flow forecasting, which may have contributed to the 5.8 billion rand in overdue payables, especially the significant portion overdue by 90 days. And then the department, you claim that there's improved compliance, reaching 83% as at the 30th of September 2025. To verify this assessment against the background of the substantial 5.8 billion in overdue payables, please provide a clear definition of what this 83% figure represents. And specifically, does it refer to Roman numeral 1, the percentage of the total rand value of current invoices paid within 30 days during September, or Roman numerical 2, the percentage reduction in the total outstanding debt balance from the previous month?
Yeah, yeah, Chair. When we compiled this report, correctly so, we registered 83%, but I can indicate now, for the end of October, we registered 90%. This is 90% of invoices that were ready on the system for being paid. And those invoices were paid within 30 days. So the 83%, it means 83% of the invoices that were ready on the system were paid within 30 days, Chair. And we can, there's a breakdown in terms of the number of invoices and the value of invoices totaling to that 83%. That report is available that we can provide, Chair.
Now, Chair, we have improved even on our 15 days payment. What we'll do then, you'll get the breakdown of 15 days payment and the 30 days payment. Thank you.
Okay. Also related to this, of course, is your settlement of SMMEs, etc., and you have indicated that. But you also claim that you claim compliance and attributes the non-compliance to the AGSA's adjustments, right? Can you provide the specific documented evidence to prove that the department's original annual financial statements were fully compliant with all relevant standards prior to the AGSA's adjustments?
Yeah, Chair, I think the financial statements, as they are compiled, we then submit to Provincial Treasury so that they can then check and verify issues of compliance to the standard. Because there is a specific standard on how you compile your financial statements, so you need to comply to that particular standard. Now, at the time when we submitted the financial statements, we strongly believe that we submitted the financial statements that complied with that standard. However, the issue that AG was raising was that during the audit, they will then identify disclosure items such as your assets, wherein we either overstated or understated the assets. Hence, then the Auditor General will then, in the audit report, indicate that the financial statements were not compiled in accordance to the standards. But it's specifically on the basis that there was a finding, a material finding, that resulted into us adjusting the financial statements that we've provided to the Office of the Auditor General because of the audit of the assets, Chair. But general, our financial statements were in line with the applicable legislations. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, the department did adjust after the audit work was done.
Thank you. You know, in the response as well, you talk about the failure to non-performance by responsible officials, stating that shortcomings, and I'll open quote, were addressed in accordance with the prescribed consequent management processes, close quote. To verify this claim and demonstrate effective accountability, can you provide proof of evidence of disciplinary action and steps being taken, including, for example, the response by the accounting officer has instituted these decisive corrective measures, including the enforcement of consequent management against non-performing officials, and to verify this claim and demonstrate the accounting officer's active drive for accountability, please provide the proof of evidence for the enforcement of consequent management, including, and I'll say, the number of officials against whom action was instituted, the nature of the audit action plan, milestones that were not achieved, the specific sanctions imposed, example, warning, suspension, salary deductions, etc., and the finalized status of the consequent management process. And the reason why we're asking such questions initially and wanting detail is because that, to a large extent, over the years, has been the cause of us being where we are today, because there's been no consequent management. Been kicking it down, the can down the road, and I recall the previous years, engagement with the Public Services Commission, where he threw his hands up in there and said, officials, senior management kicked the can down the road, and eventually it ends up in his office to be dealt with. And we see the focus upon consequent management, not just in Gauteng, but across the country. What are we doing as a department to focus upon these particular areas? If you don't have the responses here, please, we'll gladly write it to you, and you can then respond to us in writing. There's still a whole lot of questions we have to go
the
through.
mic will go to that lady
And
on
it
the
is-
process and TDG Baloi, both of them. It's for the girls now. Take it for the team girls.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members. Okay, thanks. On the consequence management question, Chairperson, yes, indeed, as a department, we do acknowledge that historically there was. Oh, okay. Historically, there was not. Most of the consequence management was not put in place. However, as the CFO reported, particularly on issues of irregular expenditure, we have started the process as internal control to ensure that determination tests are being undertaken to ensure that the condonation processes and consequence management issues are being taken in order to assist the department in ensuring that also, in addition, it's not only on the irregular expenditure, it's also consequence management in relation to the forensic investigations. So what we have done to date, we have analyzed all the areas that consequence needs to be taken. I can report even now that there are some criminal actions cases that we have opened as a department. I think MEC, as part of the response, we will also share that so that the committee can see that as a department we are moving into the right direction. Thank you, Chair.
Just as a follow-up, whilst you have the microphone, in instances where people have now left the employment of your department, what happens? They have retired. What action is being taken?
Check, can I give that to legal services? Because what we do, we refer the matter to legal services to advise whether further action should be taken or not.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on those that have been referred to SAPS and NPA, the process still continues in terms of the criminal side of it. But for those that were not, but were supposed to do collections, we then do collections in terms of the civil claims, where we then send a letter of demand to them, continue with court until we get a default judgment or a judgment against them to pay what was due when they were still employees of the department. So we don't just let the process fall away when they resign or when they leave the employ of the department. Thank you, Chair.
I'm glad to get that answer because previously we'd get the answer, now they've left. You know, it's just a blanket. The people have left employment, they're no longer with the department, etc. And then where they end up, of course, working in Madva. Let me not go down that road, that's a rabbit hole.
Chair,
yes,
also
Scott?
there's another point to this. If a person has moved to another department, the law follows him. So as the accounting officer, I write to their accounting officer to say, please take action against this person. These are the charges. And we can even have one of our people to be a witness in that hearing. But from department to departments and an entity in a department, the law follows you. So we can't stop the person from being charged. We're still charged.
I'm really glad to hear that. Member MZ, got some questions?
Sorry, before then TDG person want to Paloi, sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair. Maybe to add on that is that we are reviewing our termination processes so that all CEOs report on a monthly basis around those people that are leaving the department. But also the straightforward cases, we create a debt and we inform the pension fund that, you know, this employee is owing the department, you know, such, you know, an amount. So that's why you'll see that maybe in the near future, our staff debt will go, you know, higher because of also we have started with other cases related to committed overtime that if an employee does not want to sign an acknowledgement of debt, then we create that debt. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Kumalo?
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to sneak one issue because they spoke about the dormant cases. I just wanted to know what's the attitude of the AG with regard to that. But I'm going to be dealing with two questions, and for the sake of clarity, each question will carry about 3 sub-questions, just to make it clear. And they have to deal more about the determination test, which we've been speaking about, whether the legislation was contravened and whether that contravention can be classified as the irregular expenditure. The first one was we asking you to provide us with reasons for because we made an observation that there was a delay in initiating this determination test. So what were the reasons for that? The second one would be, why was the irregular expenditure cases not referred for disciplinary action since September 2025? And the third sub-question will be, what accountability measures were taken against members or officials, and in this, against those particular officials who failed to ensure that timeous actions are taken as per the provision of PFMA. That has to deal with those determination tests. The second one was, we've made an observation that the accounting officer has failed. I know you're one of my favorites. We've made an observation that the accounting officer has failed to explain the reasons why there was no timeous investigation of the irregular expenditure. And therefore, we're requesting for, 1, the reasons for that delay, 2, to confirm the total numbers of officials for whom the disciplinary action was to be initiated, and the third one, to confirm there's 2 amounts that we picked up. One, it's 70.9 million, and the other one is 365 million. And we wanted to, which form part of the irregular expenditure, and therefore wanted to find out what are the status of disciplinary action based on those particular 2 amounts. I hope I was clear. Thank you very much.
Sympathy?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. The determination test, as a department, we follow the irregular expenditure framework as directed by the National Treasury, where we are expected that as soon as you identified an irregular expenditure, you need to determine. And just for a context point of view, the reason why the National Treasury brought also this process was also to minimize the cases that are always taken through the forensic investigation. As the as the Honorable Member correctly indicated, the determination test will identify whether there are any non-compliance, particularly from the internal control point of view. And once that is determined, where that report is then, will then make a recommendation to the accounting officer to take any corrective action. Reason why as a department we have not, we did not take, do the determination, there was delays. Mainly it was when the determination tests were conducted, and that is the challenge we are still sitting with, Honorable Chair, is the challenge of POE, because most of the balances are historical. When we do conduct these tests, we find that we are unable to obtain some of the information. As I said, and I want to emphasize on the issue of historical, because we are talking investigations of 2016 matters and beyond that time. So that is our biggest challenge, and that we are trying to engage even the Treasury on how best we can look into moving in this regard, because in some instances that's where we even fail to condone our balances because of the lack of adequate POE. In cases where the determination is concluded, we do refer the matter to our labor relations for consequence management to be implemented. Through you, Chair and Honorable Member, on the two amounts, I will have to, I don't have the cases of my head. I will provide a detailed response on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the one issue would be whether any official was disciplined, and if yes, how many of those? I think it's one issue that maybe if they do the written response, they should look at it. I just wanted to conclude with the comment, which comment is based on the response that was given to us, particularly as it regards to irregular expenditure. My worry around the issues of archives, because POE would suggest that there's no proper archive system that the department can rely on, so that at any given time you can be able to get information that you want. And the context of raising my issue is because the AG's increase on irregular expenditure, amongst others, is based on the historical information, because so long as that information is not being dealt with to an extent that is removed from the books of the department, that information will keep on being recurring, and they will record it as such. And even if you're dealing with a recent irregular expenditure, it will appear like you're doing nothing, because this thing keeps on increasing because of that historical information. And it worries me if then the POE or archiving becomes a challenge wherein the department is not able to locate its information. So it's one of the issues that, and it might not be the problem for the Department of Health only, it might be the problem across the department. For me, that's one of the issues that I think as a committee we should note it, so that even when we engage other departments, we can see as to whether. But the second point of it is that it makes it a bit challenging for the department to even account to AG, even on the very recent information, because some of the projects classified as irregular because there was no information around the advert document. Where's the advert document is nowhere to be found. And therefore, on the basis of that, then it's then regarded as irregular expenditure. And impression is created out there that you are busy chowing people's money, and only to find that no, that's not the reason, lack of information in that regard. But above all, I'm satisfied with the answers that have been provided. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Kunene, we're back.
Thanks, Chair. Before Kunene, if I can just speak on the issue, because we really need assistance. Honorable Member Kumalo is correct. Provincial Treasury must try and intervene on this issue and assist us. I remember they assisted Human Settlement because part of the information was burned in the building, Bank of Lisbon building. Then Human Settlement, there were some outstanding issues that were investigated that we couldn't find them. And there was a decision that was taken by the Cabinet based on the recommendations that they must be assisted because they won't be able to trace any of the documentation. So I think, Chair, this one must be flagged out. Treasury is here, AG is here, yourselves are here. The three of you come up with a solution and recommend what is it that we should do, because we can't do it on our own. This is the problem that we're stuck with, but we need a solution to this problem. Thank you.
Yeah, MEC, in this day and age, we're moving more to online versus digital archiving, etc. And, I was listening to the doctor with regard to the medical legals when you spoke about we take the file and we send the file to. And I kind of cringed because if we're still working with files on such very delicate issues that can take us to court and cost us millions, if not billions, you know, it's about time that we start migrating. Which brings me back to the other issue. These are more difficult issues to deal with, if we are not able to migrate from a cash transaction process at the hospitals to a non-cash, and this process been in place for 3 years already, you know, then we start asking ourselves the question, what are we doing to implement what we do have moving forward? And that's where eGov comes into play, that you need to interact with eGov, because those are actually that's the department that should be helping you to get yourself digitized. But we have our work cut out for us. It's not just your problem, it's our problem.
Not sure, we're digitizing our system now. CIO, can you talk to how far we've done now? Because I think we're at phase 2 and 3. Yeah, just highlight to the committee the process that we've done and the work that we've already done. Starting with a big institution, which is Krisani Parakwanat, where we had a lot of problems. Because what we have done, we've classified our hospitals, the ones that we have a high number of litigation cases. That's where we started Krisani Parakwanat, Tele, Spukeng, or Artambo Hospital, and then the others followed. So in that phase, we're completing the first phase. Already we're in the second phase and the third phase of the hospitals. Can you talk to that process?
Okay, good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, MEC and colleagues. So on the e-digitization, the department has actually started a project on the e-digitization. So far we have completed at Baragwanath Hospital, one of the biggest hospitals in the province. We have digitized about 800,000 patient files to date. In other words, we have pretty much digitized about 42 million pages. And I must also indicate that we also have got a plan in terms of the continuity as we move to the other phases, as the MEC has already indicated. So where we are now is that we are on phase 2. We have started already at Tembisa Hospital to date, which we have just digitized about 52,000 files, as well as Tele Mohorena, we have digitized about 100,000 files. Steve Biko, about 47,000 files that we have already digitized. Sibukeng, about 28,000 files that we have already digitized. We are also moving to other 6 hospitals, which is Charlotte Maklege, Helen Joseph, Jubilee Road, Jubilee Hospital, Dr. George Mukare, Leratong, and Tambo Memorial. So basically what we are doing is that we are having an enterprise plan to digitize all the 37 hospitals. The project is meant to be completed in 2028, but in the same vein, Chair, once we fully digitize, then we'll actually be moving to the other records so that we can actually achieve the full digitization scale of the records in all our hospitals. Then the second part then will be the CHCs as well as the PHC hospitals, clinics, that will be moving in terms of the digital journey that we are putting in place as a department. Thanks very much.
You should have started with Tembisa for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Member Kunene?
No, thank you, Chair. MEC, we sent a question as the committee when we were asking why did the department not avail sufficient appropriate audit evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who had caused fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by PFMA. You responded that the root causes was primarily systematic and structural rather than individual negligence or misconduct. As the committee, we were not totally satisfied, or we felt that the response was not totally adequate, because we believe that this contradicts the principles of PFMA by asserting that the DC action was not, you deemed it not to be appropriate. And So the question that we want to make, the first one question is that, noting that you claim this was systematic and you feel that this was not appropriate to take DC, can you please submit evidence, verifiable evidence, that will be the terms of reference, for example, a report that proves that a formal investigation was conducted, and after this investigation was conducted, you then were able to determine that there was no individual negligence that resulted in fruitless and wasteful expenditure before you took this decision to arrive at a decision that says there is no need to conduct DC. So we basically want evidence. What steps did you take that will then show us that this was not just a easy way out? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, Chair, I think the report as part of the determination test that the CRO has indicated, it will be the determination test for irregular expenditure as well as for fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Chair, why we responded in this way is that most of our, or the majority of our fruitless and wasteful expenditure arises from the interest that we pay, either on medical legal claims or either on the late interest claims that were submitted either by municipalities and so forth. So that is why we are then saying perhaps maybe there's no specific individual that you can then say this is the individual that is responsible for creating this fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But the report will then indicate the steps that were taken by the department to come to that conclusion as we've reported here, Chair. Thank you.
Maybe just as a follow-up, so when you say most, I assume that it's not all. Am I correct with my assumption? That
Yeah.
says there is some others that is not necessarily interest.
Yeah, Chair, let me put it correctly, is that
Yes.
our fruitless and wasteful expenditure arises from the payment of interest, Chair, as disclosed in the financial statements. Chair.
Okay.
You happy? Thank you. Member Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, again, it's on the collection of money. You know, the AG found the department wanting, if I could put it that way, in terms of the write-offs of debts under 500 Rand, as one example. I know that the department is obviously guided by a policy in terms of the less than 500 Rand, but also in terms of the 90-day period of collection afterwards. Chair, the policy in that regard seems like the bar is set extremely low. Within 90 days, having to collect debt and then thereafter it's written off, I think is exceptionally lenient. If we could maybe get an indication on, you know, the justification behind that 90-day period. And then also the other one was in terms of, also highlighted by the AG, was the fact that verbal reminders are given to patients in the hospitals to pay, but there seems to be no sort of tracking mechanism and providing evidence of the fact that this happened, because anyone could say, well, I told them they must pay, and and you know, that's the end of that. But it doesn't seem like that is simply good enough. So how is that then tracked, that patients are actually reminded to pay? Thank you so much, Chair.
Yeah, Chair, I think if you look at as our response with that, in terms of reminders, we do remind the public verbally of the outstanding bills that requires to be paid subsequent to the visit that the patient would have visited a specific institution. So that is done verbally. So in terms of the 90 days, Chair, I think if you look at, for example, we do have the standards that is also set by what you will call REF. And in REF, they will also indicate that if, as a department, we are unable to put a claim for any patient that was admitted through accident and so forth within 90 days, that claim then lapses. So we've looked at the 90 days as a perhaps maybe an acceptable standard that we can also implement as the department with our patients, because the external service providers also provide us with that 90 days, that the debt will lapse within 90 days. Because otherwise, if you prolong it to more than 90 days, you'll have a long list of your outstanding debts at the end of the financial year. And you know that that debt is really uncollectible. So once you put that specific measure, at least it gives you a leeway to ensure that your books are correct and they're cleaned, but you don't stop in terms of collecting that debt within that particular 90 days. I think we do indicate now, because previously, you're quite right, perhaps maybe sufficient capacity to follow up we did not have internally. But now with the service providers that have been appointed, we believe that within the 90 days, they'll then be able to assist us in chasing up the patients that have visited our institutions and they have not paid. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. No, but the verbal reminders I asked about as well, and what sort of record keeping is there that is actually taking place? And then, Chair, perhaps as a follow-up, if we could get an indication, the amounts under 500 Rand that are written off as set out in the policy as well, and that maybe can come in the form of a written response. But what sort of money are we looking at? The thing I feel like is, you know, if the Department of Health in the province sneezes, the whole province catches a cold based on, you know, the size of the budget, etc. And last year we saw so many of the accruals that were building up, and there was an absolute shortage of enough funds. So, you know, that I believe that additional revenue would certainly go some way, maybe not even a long way, maybe only from here to there, but some way in assisting the department in actually doing what it's supposed to be doing. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we'll provide you the information as requested.
Yeah. Okay. Happy? Good. Member Tlabere?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, MEC and the department. I have two questions which has sub-questions which I will request that maybe I ask both of them, then you can write them down so that when you respond to both at once. On the issue of conditional grants, specifically under paragraph 53 on page 254 of the annual financial statement, the audit outcomes and research analysis point to a serious gap in compliance with section 12, subsection 5 of the Division of Revenue Act, DORA, which requires a comprehensive performance evaluation to assess the effectiveness and impact of conditional grants beyond just financial reporting. So we note that the full performance evaluation was not conducted for the women resource training and the statutory human resource grant programs. Can department clearly explain why this evaluation was not undertaken as required by the law? Was it a control breakdown or a capacity limitation, or simply just non-prioritization? For example, was there no functional monitoring and evaluation unit, or were terms of reference for the study never development? And will the accounting officer now commission a retrospective evaluation to correct this non-compliance and determine whether the grant spending delivered measurable returns on investment? And then to demonstrate a concrete plan to rectify the non-compliance with section 12, subsection 5 of the DORA, please provide the specific verifiable action plan for the formal performance evaluation of the women resource training and the women resource grant program, including proof that the accounting officer have approved a formal mandate or terms of reference for this evaluation. The estimated start and end dates for the evaluation process, quarter 4, 2025 and 2026, the name and the dedicated unit or external body responsible for conducting the comprehensive evaluation of the program's effectiveness and impact, not just compliance, but either if this is giving, is making an impact out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. DDG Baloyi was going to answer that for us.
Thank you. This process has got 3 elements, and it's regulated through the business plan that is signed by the 2 accounting officers. And then on a monthly basis, we are required by the National Department to provide in monthly reports, which we do, as well as quarterly meetings with regards to this matter. So whenever that there are challenges, we get to pick them up from our meetings on a monthly basis internally. For instance, we'll check on each grant on compensation, whether we have appointed the number of employees that are actually are supposed to be appointed through that approved business plan. And again, is that as soon as we've got deviations or irregularities or an oversight, we alert the CEOs to correct it, and we also provide monthly reports through the executive management meetings with regards to the expenditure on this particular matter. So there is monitoring and evaluation, on all parts, but this is with regards to the actual tools are what, the national departments get us to account for. Thank you.
Happy? Tlabena, you happy?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Maybe we are asking this question because it goes to the heart of the value for money. So without section 12, subsection 5 evaluation, SCOPA and the legislature cannot confirm whether these conditional grants have achieved their intended purpose of strengthening the public health workforce. So the department needs to show that it is not only spending funds, but also measuring real outcomes. So hopefully this will be corrected and we will get a progress report on whether the department is now complying. Thank you very much.
Chair, what we will do then, because we send these reports to national, we can just from time to time, when we do the quarterly presentations to yourselves, present the same issue that Mayor Kebere is raising, because it's not us, it's the way that it has been designed that we must account to national. But we do have MNE, we do have reports, but when you need them from time to time, we can provide that information so that the GPL is not left behind and we only focus on national. Because in terms of accountability, indeed, you must account to yourselves, but you will not know if we only send it straight to national and you're not bringing it to yourselves. But we know that the committee is aware. We do present to the legislature committee that is led by advocate. But to yourself, Chair, we have never done that. And I think it's something that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Schneemann?
No, it's not a follow-up question, but I had 3 questions left.
Can you just add them to it?
Can I
dispense with them? Yeah.
Can I dispense with them?
Yeah.
But I
understand your time restraints.
I just need to indicate I've got a meeting I must chair at 4 o'clock. So let me see if I leave and the others listen. It's not because I don't want to listen. So let me quickly go through them. So the remaining 3 questions I had was point 2, and this was relating to the issue of expenditure management, paragraphs 39, 40, 41, 253, and then under the research analysis, paragraphs 38, 49, just to refresh where they were coming from. So point 2 was really the following. The breakdown provided details, provided totals of 1.537 billion, which is 10 million less than the official audited figure of 1.547 billion cited in the question. Please could we reconcile this 10.069 million variance by 1, confirming the nature and reason for this outstanding amount, and 2, clarifying whether it is included with one of the existing categories or as a separate unlisted item of irregular expenditure. I'm going to go to point 3. While the financial constraints are acknowledged, they do not negate the accounting officer's duty to take effective steps to prevent foreseeable interest and penalties. And we're requesting that we please be provided with proof of evidence of proactive financial management steps which the accounting officer took to prevent the 10 million rand in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Specifically, 1, evidence of a formal priority list used to ensure interest-bearing debt and court orders were settled ahead of other payables, even under cash flow constraints. 2, specific details of any timely legal applications or negotiations made with Provincial Treasury or legal parties to formally mitigate or postpone interest accrual on high-value court orders before they became overdue. 3, proof of evidence of consequence management taken against officials responsible for failure to execute the payment priority list or file timely mitigation applications. And then point 4, the accounting officer's determination that the fruitless and wasteful expenditure was due to circumstances beyond the reasonable control of the department requires substantiation. Please also provide proof of evidence that a formal timeous investigation was conducted to reach this conclusion. Specifically, 1, a copy or detailed summary of the internal report, an example, an audit or legal memorandum used by the accounting officer to conclude that the late payment of court judgments was exclusively due to budgetary constraints and not due to a failure by officials to, and then 1, timeously process the payment when cash was available, and 2, advise management of the pending interest accrual. And then that was subsection 1A, 1 and 2. And then part 2 of this question, confirmation of the specific date the investigation was initiated and the date the accounting officer reached the final determination. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. I think in terms of the proactive measures that the accounting officers has implemented, one, as we've responded, one is that we indicating that we have cash flow difficulties as the department. Maybe let me explain that, because remember the cash flow, we receive it from provincial treasury. Now, at any given month, we are given 1.5 billion to settle our financial obligations. But when you look at our financial obligations in terms of what we require to pay, you'll find that it ranges between 3 billion and 4 billion on a monthly basis. So obviously it is evident that the cash that we're receiving, it's not sufficient to settle our financial obligations on a monthly basis.
Please repeat the numbers. I didn't hear you properly.
All right.
I'm interested in these numbers.
All right. Remember, we get a budget, the full budget, and that budget you receive it on a monthly basis in terms of cash. Now, the cash that we receive on a monthly basis is about 1.5 billion. Now, if you go into the system on the invoices that are loaded on the system, that are related to our contractual obligations and what we have already procured that we need to pay, it ranges between 3 and 4 billion on a monthly basis. Because we have contractual obligations and we have what we call non-negotiable items that must be paid. Otherwise, if we don't pay, it means the institutions will not be able to function, like the medicines and so forth. So that is where the issue comes from in terms of our cash flow difficulties. That's why we forever have accruals, because in a month we can't pay the full 3 billion. It means we'll pay 1.5 billion and then the remainder will be your accrual in the following month. That's why we're then generating accruals and so forth. But what we have done, we have then strengthening internally the cash flow management, speaking with provincial treasury, how we then manage our cash flow, including the vis-a-vis the expenditure that needs to be paid. That is one of the initiatives that the accounting officer has taken. And what we then do, we then prioritize payments to service providers, including the court orders, so that we then eliminate the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Because if we don't pay a court order within 30 days, we'll then generate fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So we are doing those reprioritization. We are also enhancing our monitoring and reporting mechanisms to identify potential delays early, so that we then address those potential delays as soon as possible. So those are some of the controls that we have implemented to assist us in eliminating the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as eliminating or reducing the accruals. So those are the steps that we have taken. Honourable Member, I'm not sure in terms of the distinguishing between the difference between the 10 million and which figure as well, if maybe can just assist, so we can then maybe provide the response.
Maybe, Chair, while Honourable Member is still searching, this 1.5 billion, Chair, does it exclude cost for employees? It's just for goods and services? Oh, okay.
It's just for goods and services. Yeah.
So treasury gives you money for salaries and then gives you money for goods and services separately.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the particular question was dealing with the breakdown provided. The breakdown provided totals, this is a follow-on the questions that I'd asked. So the one question was that the breakdown provided totals 1. You know, this is what happens with the phone. 1.537368 billion, which is 10 million less than the official audited figure of 1.547455 billion, and cited in the question. Please reconcile this 10 million variance by 1, confirming the nature and reason for this outstanding amount, and clarifying whether it is audited, whether it is included within one of the existing categories or is there a separate unlisted item of irregular expenditure.
Yeah, Chair, I think the irregular expenditure, as we've disclosed in our financial statements, as we've indicated, we've disclosed an amount of 1.5 billion, 1,547,455. And if you compare that with the previous financial year, it was 2.7 billion, 2,748. 1,111. So that amount is for the previous financial year, which was 23-24. So in the current financial year, it's 1,547. Or the year under review, it's 1,547,455. Chair.
Thank you. Member Evans? Thank you, Member Snyman. You can be excused. Just before you, please, Member Evans.
Thanks, Chair. I think I want to clarify the allocation of cash from Treasury, so that we clear the fact that what CFO said, that because there's less money that we give them, then the accruals keep coming. So your budget is made up of conditional grants and voted funds. In your voted funds, there is also COE, right? So the allocation will exclude whatever is for compensation of employees, and it will exclude whatever is for conditional grants. Now, what is left there is split per month over the 12-month period. CFO is saying we give them, let's say, $1 billion, but they have about $3 billion to pay. That's based on their cash requirements, or their availability, the availability of cash remaining from COE and conditional grants that have been taken out, and sometimes infrastructure. Now, the issue of accruals stems from budgeting. You have a budget of 10 million that you need to use for goods and services in the current year. From that 10 million, you have accruals of 3 million from the last financial year. That must be paid from this 10 million. Additional to that, you have commitments that you've already had, purchase orders that you've already had on the system from the last financial year. That must be paid from this 10 million. Additional to this, now you have your obligation from this current financial year that you must continue to pay. Now, that 10 million must service all of these three that I've mentioned. Now, what happens is, when we now start buying for this current financial year, we forget that we have accruals. We forget that we already have commitments. And therefore, we still buy. So when we now procure on the system, the procurement, if you include all of these things, exceeds the 10 million. That is why there is accruals that keep going. It's not the fact that Treasury doesn't give you enough money. At the end of the year, Treasury has to give you all of your money. So it's not Treasury not giving you all of your money. We might say it's systematic, but if we look at the purchase orders that we capture on the system, case in point, Tembisa had, let's say, a budget of 10 million, but at a time, if you're looking at their purchase orders on the system, they would exceed 20 million. So you shouldn't be exceeding the budget that you have in order for you to manage your accruals. Now, to the point that CFO is talking about, the cash from Treasury, there is a difference in the way that Treasury is now giving money. Ordinarily, or for the longest time, they would, National Treasury would, send money to treasuries every week. It's no longer every week. It's twice a month now. So it's not 4 times. It's gone down to twice a month. So whatever you get this week, it must sustain you for 2 weeks, right? So to his point, they have 3 billion to pay and we're only giving them 1. And they might finish it now or they need to split it in the 2 weeks. So he's correct, they then need to pay less than they would usually do. But it doesn't change the fact that at the end of the day, they do get their entire funding. So there is that kind of limits them in their payment. But on the bigger scheme of things, for you to manage your accruals, you need to manage your procurement in your system. It must be within your budget, and it must bring or take into account these other things that we've spoken about. Thank you.
Thank you. So in other words, it means you must match your spend to your income. Simple math, okay?
Yeah, Chair, I think you're quite right, the analysis that you are putting. So that is why perhaps maybe let me request the committee independently to look at the budget of the department, whether it has been growing sufficiently to cover the ever increasing health services that we provide as the department within the province. I think perhaps maybe Dr. Slebo will give you the statistics in terms of the number of patients that we are seeing and the budget that we're receiving. So the issue of treasury that they are raising, it's correct to say it's a budget issue, really. But in terms of the cash flows and so forth, that's really understandable. But if we were provided sufficient budget to cover for the current services and to accommodate the ever-increasing inflation of the services that we procure, like your medicines, you'll find that it increases by 15%. But our budget, it does not increase by 15%, it increases by 4%. So how are we going to buy that medication with the amount of money that have been allocated? So I'm just saying maybe the committee must just do that thorough analysis and come to a conclusion to that.
And the other issue, Chair, that the committee must look into, we're paying the accruals indeed, but those accruals that we're reducing, as we're saying, we're reducing them. We don't get a cent from Treasury, but still taking from the money that we're receiving. That's why the issue of the budget of the Department of Health must be looked into, because even these accruals are not the accruals from yesterday. It's accruals from 10 years, 15 years back, that they know, even provincial treasurer, where these accruals come from, because this department have been like in the woods like for years, but still now, whilst even there are controls, but there's no intervention that they are doing. In fact, they are worse off now in terms of suppressing us as a department. But we are not complaining, Chair. We'll try and make sure that whatever we have, we reduce the accruals, and we are proud that the accruals are going down without the assistance of Treasury, because we'll never get any assistance from them. Because everybody, when they see us, they see the Department of Health that doesn't know how to budget, that doesn't know how to spend the money that they are given, that is reckless because of the history. Even this example that comes about Tembisa, we know what has happened in Tembisa. In fact, all of us in this room are not happy about what has happened. That's not even the example that we can give if we want to be fair about assisting the Department of Health and look into the issues that needs to be done. Thank you.
Yes, Member.
Yeah, maybe we must take this view or proposal of maybe doing a bit of a study, because maybe part of the study, the department can also help us with information, Dr. Silepe. I will say the latest, because I know some studies were done in the past, on the impact of the number of days that patients spend in a hospital because of injuries that were caused by alcohol abuse. Because patients who get injured in accidents, then they spend more time and they cost more in terms of bed time. The time that they spend in a hospital, it's many days because we're involved in an accident, and sometimes, in some cases, unfortunately, it's because of alcohol abuse. So we would appreciate if, while we're doing the study, also the department can also give us that kind of analysis that they would have done, because we would objectively want to see the impact of what the government allocates to the department and what causes, or what I would call overruns, for lack of a better word, what would cause the department to spend more than what you'd have budgeted because of patients who get admitted into the system. You know, because I know that as a former employee, 10 years ago, I resigned from the department. And you would get a situation where a hospital has 400 beds. And when there's 500 people, for whatever reason, get admitted, the other 500, I know this is an extreme example, the other 100 who don't have beds. And there'll be a complaint with, no, but why are these people not sleeping on beds? They're sleeping on stretchers. So, I mean, I'm using that example as to say, but you may find that the department gets to spend more than, because quite honestly, there's more people than what you'd have budgeted for, because you can't plan that I'm going to receive 100 people and suddenly receive 200. So I think it's quite an important study or analysis that we can get from the department and also us, so that we can have this discussion, because I think it affects probably not only health alone, probably also education. That the number of learners who get admitted in South African, in Gauteng schools, learners, you find that there are more than what the department would have anticipated. I think it's important that we get to understand these things, at least as SCOPA. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Member Kunene. It's not as if the committee is blind to the challenges that your department faces, because every department that comes here speaks to the same issue. A case in point is the normal South African household budget. Those of us who are still employed and have the privilege of being employed understand that our increments that we've been receiving over the past 10 years, hypothetically speaking, percentage-wise, has never met inflation. Therefore, today my salary may be more in numbers than what it was 10 years ago, but I'm able to buy less because of inflation having creeped up on us. And that's the same challenge that we all face. So I think the challenge for us lies here in that you're going to need to be able to motivate when you sit with the executive as to, punch be above your weight to try and get some more money. But I think the essence of us sitting here today is about prudent financial management. How are we spending our money? Are we getting value for our buck? And are we looking at areas where there's wasteful expenditure, etc., and how do we decrease that so that we have more money in the pot for us to be able to do what we need to do? And then also in terms of our collection, and we've spoken about the collection earlier on. So I think it's a myriad of things and challenges that we all face. So please don't believe MEC and members of the committee, of the department, that we are blind to those challenges that you face. Your problem is our problem. We need to collectively get a solution to it. So I think that, in a sense, take your fight where it needs to be, not here. This is not a boxing ring. When you're there with
your oversight role, you must do it. Out of this, your exercise is not just an exercise of checking prudent financial measures. You play an advisory role, okay? Because you do oversight over government departments. and where you see that there is a need for intervention, because out of this, your recommendations should come with interventions that must be done. You are the ones that must go and say that in the house, so that the house can see the need for that interventions, so that you have a dual role to play. As much as I'm punching my weight indeed that side, which I've never stopped, by the way, of knocking to them, telling them the need for financial, for more financial resources. But I need that from yourself, Chair, and your collective, that the recommendations must build, because you said here, you are not here as just as a watchdog. I thought so. If you are not just a watchdog, then you must assist those that you can see they are trying. Good thing is that most 99% of yourself have been here. You know the Department of Health, where it comes from. So I'm not advocating for something that you don't know where it comes from, and you don't see the difference of what it used to be and where it is now. So we need that motivation from you, so that let's live as a team, not discourage that. There's no way, if even the legislature is not even prepared to assist us in this. So that's my view, Chair, that still play that role of oversight. If we're doing better, say we will ask for assistance and the intervention. I must go, but I know that I have a backup of the SCOPA.
MEC, I promise you, we won't just be watchdogs, we'll also be emotional support dogs. Okay? You know, there's that new terminology. You can even take your emotional support dog with you on the plane. But we're digressing. Member Evans?
Thank you so much, Chair. On a lighter note, we spoke about cashless. So this is really just on a lighter note. So in future, we'll actually say, cash ain't king no more for the Department of Health. And then my questions to internal controls in paragraph 60 and 61, that's on page 255. And for the research analysis, it's pages 79 to 86. The response admit internal controls were, open quote, were not adequately monitored or enforced, close quote, resulting in material findings. However, it fails to provide the detailed reasons for the accounting officer's failure of oversight. Can you please provide a substantive explanation of the governance breakdown, including Roman number 1, the specific systemic failure, for example, lack of capacity, delegation failure, or execute absenteeism from governance committees that caused the AO's existing oversight mechanisms, such as the audit committee, risk management committee, and internal audit function, to fail or prevent the non-compliance, to fail or detect or prevent the non-compliance in procurement, contract management, and financial reporting. And number 2, the proof of evidence of consequence management initiated against the senior officials who were delegated responsibilities for monitoring and enforcing these critical internal controls. And then question 2, the material findings are definite proof that controls were insufficient or ineffective. Please provide the detailed reasons for the systemic failure of the accounting officer's oversight, specifically addressing 1, the specific breakdown in the internal control structure, for example, lack of competence, insufficient capacity, or failure of enforcement that allowed the weaknesses in asset management to result in material adjustments despite the claimed review by the Chief Director, CFO, and Provincial Treasury. And then 2, proof of evidence of consequent management taken against the CFO or senior officials responsible for signing off on the financial statements and performance reports which contained material misstatements and were not supported by reliable information. Question 3 is, the response cites capacity constraints, inadequate segregation of duties, and limited oversight as the cause for the failure to monitor controls. To provide the committee with the detailed, verifiable reasons required, please specify the following. A, capacity constraints, the actual vacancy rate in the contract management and CSM oversight units during the period under review, and the proof of evidence of actions taken to address these vacancies. B, accountability. Why no consequent management was initiated against the senior officials responsible for ensuring adequate monitoring. For example, the chief director of SCM or head of finance, when the failure to monitor led to material instances of non-compliance identified by the audit. And C, segregation of duties, the specific positions or duties that were found to be inadequately segregated, which led to the control failures. I thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Chair, maybe let me deal with the asset management findings. Perhaps maybe the CRO will then deal with the internal control. Yeah, Chair, it's correct that during the audit, when we submitted the financial statements, the figures that we disclosed are the figures that were supported by the evidence that we have collected, and we believed that the reconciliations that we've conducted are correct and accurate. However, during the audit, the auditors then picked up instances where some of the assets could not be identified in the asset register but were picked up on the floor, or vice versa, an asset that is in the asset register but could not be identified on the floor. So that was primarily because of the verification process that we started late in terms of the verification process, and but we made sure that we conclude the verification process of all the institutions. But primarily because we are utilizing a manual process in terms of our asset register. Hence, some of the information that is loaded on the asset register will then be missed. So what we have then subsequently done, we have procured a system, which is an automated asset management system, wherein we are currently utilizing. And now what we have already done, we have already started with the verification process in August. So that come the end of February, we would have concluded the verification process. So we have reloaded the asset register into this automated system, and now we are doing the verification process to make sure that the assets that were disclosed as under investigation in the financial statements, we then investigate and find out whether this asset, does it still exist in that institution or not, so that we clear the assets under investigation. So that is the process that we are unfolding. We want to conclude this process come by end of February. And we believe that this automated asset management system will assist us in identifying if there are any duplicates, if there are assets that were verified but they are not on the asset register, we'll then be able to quickly pick up and the system will be able to give those exception reports. So that is what we have done. In fact, in the last financial year, that is in the main the reason for us to be given an audit finding that was material for us to adjust the financial statements. It was in the main the assets that we listed as assets under investigation. We have also capacitated the asset management unit at the central office, including at some of the institutions, so that they do have sufficient capacity. And we are continuing with regular oversight that is conducted on a monthly basis, so that the reports that, as and when we do the verification process, the reports that we generate are the reports that we receive and compare and make sure that the verification it's done correctly and the asset register it's updated correctly. So that is the continuous review that we are doing. So we believe that come the end of this financial year, the findings that we recorded as a result of the assets will not materialize in this current financial year, because we'll then have proper records keeping, we'll then have completed the verification process. Where assets could not be found, we'll then be able to submit to the accounting officer that these assets were stolen, and then we follow the policy in terms of disclosing those assets, as well as opening cases where we require that these assets were stolen and missing. But just to indicate that in terms of the safeguarding of the asset within the institutions, we do have a policy that we utilize in the safeguarding of the assets, and the institutions are following that policy. So the issue, it was just on the disclosure and as well as the asset register, which we are really working on, Chair. I'll hand over to Cyril for the internal control question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members. On the matters of internal control, again, honorable member, what we have put in place as of beginning of the 1st of September, we have established a committee called Operation Clean Audit. And in that committee, that's where we hold institutions, including central office, accountable on issues relating to addressing findings, audit findings adequately. I should indicate that since we've started with that committee, there is a commitment and accountability. And just to address the fact that the member was indicating that there were no controls prior, so hence there was a need to establish this steering committee to ensure, and this committee sits on a weekly basis in order for the accountability to be held. And apart from that, we do also have internal control representatives or officials who do verify the information that is submitted for audit purposes. And we have also, as part of the improvement of internal control within particularly within our institutions, we are preparing what we call pre-audit packs, so that when the AG comes in the next year, we minimize the issues of limitation of scope and ensure that all the documentation submitted are submitted on time. Further to that, Honorable Chair, we can also indicate that we have partnered with the AGSA from a combined assurance point of view. Members will be aware that in previous years, the AGSA was due to their independency, they could not participate. However, there is a new model that they are also applying of partnering with us from a combined assurance point of view, where they will also come in our OPCA meetings just to assess that the information that we are providing or we are preparing is adequately it's adequate in prepared and adequate enough for the audit. So from an internal control point of view, honorable member, that's where we are. We are really working into improving the control environment. From a risk management committee point of view, the department does have a functional risk management committee that is sitting on a quarterly basis and is chaired by an independent chairperson. and the committee and the chair, we report to the audit committee to ensure that the governance issues are addressed adequately. Thank you, Chair.
Member Evans, are you happy?
I'm
with the
happy,
response?
yes. Thank you,
Do you
Chair.
have any further questions?
No, Chair.
I'm going to propose the following MEC, just for a way forward. There's a few questions remaining on this particular report. We're going to submit it to you in writing. Can we please get a response by Tuesday, end of shift, please? Because we need to compile reports for us to be able to submit into the House. And I promise you I'll be your support dog, okay? Emotional support dog. Okay. So I can assure you it's not many, but they're very pertinent because they also speak to these very issues here. Then we'll move over to the, we'll then move over to the next item on our agenda, which is the medical supply depot. Doctor, you had indicated earlier on when we were talking here about the process. You have your report, right? We're going to change it this way around. You give us whatever it is because we only got that late. So yes, we got your responses yesterday. We haven't had a chance for us to look into it and to apply our minds to it in terms of an analysis. We'd like for you to then perhaps give your report to us here. Whatever questions there are, we will ask you if we are able to ask those questions here for clarity. If there are any other questions, similarly, we will submit it to you so that you can respond to us by Tuesday. Is that okay, MEC?
We're just talking with HOD that can we propose that then we allow you to go to the questions, but want to apologize first about this issue of us not submitting on time. We are going to really clear our house chair in this area. Then we will allow us then to submit on Tuesday, MSD. But if there is any issue that needs your urgent attention to be clarified, you can even do us a virtual session chair with us and then do it if you are hectic. Okay.
Thank you, MEC. The floor is yours. Your presentation.
Let's allow the medical supply depot team to present. But Chair, I think the most important thing, it would have been useful, and MEC did apologize, that we allow the committee to perhaps apply their mind to the content of the report, even if we need to be provided with a short time frame to respond to all the additional questions, and we will do so to allow the committee time to prepare adequately to table the report in the House. It could also a way of dealing with it, Chair.
No, I hear you. How does the committee feel? But please note that we are on a very, very, very tight schedule. So you're going to get those questions. We're going to please need it by Tuesday evening, the latest, please. Okay. Otherwise, it puts us in a situation where we can't deliberate in the House. Yes.
Chair, thank you. I've learned a lot today.
You did?
Yeah. It's very pleasing to see how the Department of Health has managed to cover most of the difficult questions with honest answers. Chair, I'm being hosted by the Ambassador of Japan. I have to excuse myself now. So don't be surprised when I disappear here.
Yeah, some people know people in high places, huh? We'll have to investigate that. Please declare any gifts that you get, all right? Okay, I'm happy with it. MEC HOD, we find ourselves in a very, very tight spot. Do you have anything to present to us, please? If you do, we'd really appreciate it. Then we conclude with the matter today, because the timeframes is just something else, and one of our very critical members is also ill, and that will also impact upon our performance moving forward. Do you have anything to present to us? Just take us through it. If you have your questions and think the answers to it, just take us through it.
Thank you, Chair, honourable members. I'll try to move fast. On the question, the first question that's dealt with corrected financial statements. Indeed, financial statements of the entity were prepared in accordance with the prescribed framework. However, indeed, there were errors in the capturing of invoices that needed to be corrected in the financial statement. So that was done. The main cause of that is the issue that we have to manually capture quite a big number of invoices, and of course go through the process of reviewing all those invoices. And then in that process, there were errors in that sense that some of invoices were captured as if they belong to the current financial year instead, as if they belong to the previous financial year instead of the previous financial year. But the financial statements were corrected. And on the steps taken to avoid the same recurring, again, because of this tedious process of reconciliation and reviewing of those captured invoices, we have set up systems in place to make sure that there's a checker once that invoice has been captured into the system, so that is appropriately allocated. And of course, we have engaged guests to conduct data analysis on a quarterly basis to assist us with that. And on the question that relates to irregular expenditure, it is worth noting that this is actually irregular expenditure pertaining to cleaning services that the department has talked about because of the extended cleaning services contract. So this particular irregular expenditure for the year under review related to cleaning services. And the department, of course, has since allowed us to participate in a regular contract, and therefore we do not have, and therefore do not have this irregular expenditure going on in this current year. And then the question that relates to the entity, again, not taking preventative measures in dealing with this irregular expenditure, again, emphasizing the point that this relates to this cleaning services contract, which is which the department has already explained the steps that have already been taken on this one, because we participate as part of the department in that particular contract. And then this breaks down the actual irregular expenditure pertaining to that cleaning services, which is 2.7, and I've already explained what has caused it. It is the extension of that centralized cleaning services contract. And however, now in this current financial year, we have a regular contract, as I've explained earlier, and because we are participating in an already existing valid contract. And then on a historical irregular expenditure that dates back from 2012 or so, which is related to the Nexus forensic report, and the main difficulty here is the consequence management. And I think the department has explained that consequence management for different employees
has been finalized, and for some employees it's still ongoing. But this is it relates to historical irregular expenditure, and we've got systems in place to make sure that there's condonation of this irregular expenditure, and we did apply for its condonation. However, we were advised that we should wait for the entire process to be complete in terms of consequence management, so that when we make that submission, it's for the entire irregular expenditure. And the next question was, provide committee with detailed report detailing relating to the Nexus report on irregular expenditure. Yes, these are the details. It related to employment or conversion of posts from deputy director, as the first one, to deputy manager. You will remember that for the purposes of staff retainment, the department employed the system of OSD. So some of these employees would have been a deputy director, non-OSD, and therefore to continue with retaining, there was a conversion to deputy manager, which is of a higher salary than the deputy director, but it's still the same responsibility, the same specification in terms of job description. However, there is it's different levels. Level 11 converted to level 12. Those are some of the details that relate to that irregular expenditure as far as HR is concerned. And again, of course, this is historical, but we are in the process of having that condonation taken through. Indicate to the question next that we are responding to. I think it's the same as above. It's again relates to that extension of cleaning services. I have outlined that we have since corrected that, and in the current year we do not anticipate, therefore, that would have irregular expenditure, especially pertaining to this centralized contract, because now currently we have regular contracts that we are participating in.
Just hold on that one, please. Just go back.
Yes.
You're saying that the entity level, no official could be held responsible for the delays in the tendering process that is managed by supply chain management. Please explain.
Yes.
Is it not this, explain why.
Yes.
Nothing had happened, please.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Remember, the entity MSD Medical Supplies Depot participates in the GDOH contract. The contract belongs to the department, and therefore the processes of the contract would happen at head office at the GDOH. And therefore, at the entities level, there's really no one that can be held accountable for that delay. So that is why at the entities level, we really do not have ways of consequence management at the entity level. However, the department has already explained that that process of consequence management is already happening at that level, where the contract is actually has happened. Ours was we spent money, of course, on the services of that cleaning services. Yes.
But the action of someone else that you don't have control over has an impact, negative impact upon your accounts.
Yes.
So how are you holding that? Is it the contractor? How are you holding them accountable?
Yeah, I think I'll maybe the CRO and
The son and Baloyi.
Can we have a meeting,
You must
please,
answer
colleagues?
because he is the accountability part of this relies on us as a Department of Health. But if the other part of the management, they are doing it, but when it comes to investigations and consequence management, it's done by the department, yeah. That's what we are trying to explain, yeah.
It's done by the department.
Yes. That is why even when the issue of accruals comes in, they are affected sometimes because of the Department of Health, not because of them, because they are linked to the Department of Health, how they operate.
Yeah, but you see, your answer says that you cannot take because it's not.
No, they do take responsibility because when we charge the official that has done the work. The management is done by us. We charge them, but he can't do it on his own. It must be done by the department.
So do you see the reason for me having to ask those questions? Because you're not giving us a full response here. Hence my follow-up questions. Just go back to that, please. Just go back to the question.
Yeah.
Your answer. At the end, no official could be held responsible. Did you understand? There's a negative impact. No official can be held accountable unless we get those type of explanations that you are giving to us now. That still kind of doesn't make sense to me. As I said in the previous committee, I was in the special class and I thought I was a special child, only to find out later on that I'm not that special. So please, you must speak in what they call it, lower grade to me, all right?
Yes.
But it doesn't mean that I don't ask questions. Colleagues, are you with me on this one?
Yes.
Are you with me asking this particular
You
question?
have not, you written this wrongly, and we must correct it because Chair is asking the relevant question. We were not supposed to say nobody's taking.
Exactly.
Yeah, you are responsible.
Yeah.
You can't say no one is responsible for that,
Amen to that.
from
Thank you.
MST, because even when we do consequence management, we deal with a person that is at MST as our entity as a Department of Health. So I want to apologize, Chair, we will correct it so that it's written properly.
Thank you. You see, MEC, if you give adequate answers to our questions, then we don't sit here. There's many departments that are not coming here because they're answering fully. All right. Anyway, continue. Colleagues, sorry. If there's any question you'd like to ask, please just interject, all right? Just stop and then we'll ask the question, because for us to take notes here, I think it's going a bit too fast. So if there's anything that catches your attention, please just note it. Just say, can we please stop, and we then ask the relevant question. Thank you. Can we please proceed?
Yes.
I beg your pardon? Yeah, that doesn't mean you must continue eating the sweets that I can't eat, okay? I'll bite you. Please proceed.
Yes, I think this is a continuation to the question, which is why we outlined that the disciplinary processes are continuing, especially for officials that are still on our PESAL at MSD and the department. Yes.
Okay, stop there. You see, this is what I was asking earlier on. Those who are still on PESAL are undergoing. Those that have left, what's happening to them? So please, you need to give us an holistic thing, not just those that are still in your employ, because then I go somewhere else. There needs to be consequent management. You cannot be continuing to drive your Range Rover, you understand something, at the expense of the public purse. Please.
Yes.
All right?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, indeed, there is a case of criminal charge that has been laid, and that is ongoing. I think going forward we will try to provide such detail as far as that one is concerned. Provide the committee with details whether irregular expenditure is being investigated and possible condemnation. Yes, the internal control has finalized the determination tests, especially relating to cleaning services, and the report confirmed the irregular expenditure, and I've noted the Chair's inputs as far as that one is concerned. However, the entity has submitted the condonation request to GPT, and the committee advised that we wait for the entire finalization of the process for that condonation. That's the point I've previously made. Provide the committee with detailed reasons why the entity did not ensure that payment was made within 30 days. Yes, there are delays. I think I've highlighted that point. And on average, we do pay our invoices within maybe on average 15 days. However, there are those invoices that would fall outside of the 30 days, and with as for previous three quarters, for example, we've reported 94% of payment of invoices within 30 days, but 94% still not 100%. So there are measures in place to make sure that we improve on that. And included in that is the process where we are trying to go digital, so that to limit on this manual capturing of invoices that seems to be the challenge sometimes. And of course, yes.
Chairperson?
Yes, please.
Maybe this question can be asked to the AG. Does the AG take any response that makes sense and say, because this response is reasonable, therefore we are not going to find you negatively?
Putting you on the spot. Do you still have some sweets left? No, yeah, I'm asking you, do you still have some sweets left? I'll make sure you get some more.
Thank you. Can you just repeat your question?
No, the question is, I'm just noting, after the discussion that we just held, the department in the earlier response said they are not in a position to pay all invoices within 30 days. And they gave an explanation. So I'm saying, when you do an audit and you get that response, do you still find negatively, irrespective of the explanation given? I want to understand, so that we know that this thing is going to be with us for quite a long time if the AG doesn't take into account the explanation given. I want to understand that issue.
Yeah, so if the invoices are not paid within 30 days, obviously we will assess to see if there's maybe disputes that they were dealing with. But generally, we do raise a finding in that regard. So it's going to be there for some time.
That is because it's in terms of regulations and so on. So you have to be compliant. Thank you. Please proceed.
Indicate to the committee what the implications of the non-compliance within 30 days payment on the service providers. As much as we do not necessarily pay all our invoices within 30 days, but like I've said, in the current year, we're averaging 94%. And therefore, this is sometimes one of the reasons why we are able to perform in terms of medicine availability, because even under constraints, the suppliers have a tendency to prioritize ourselves, because we pay on time. Of course, it's not 100%, but it's better than most. So there were no negative effect as far as service delivery is concerned. Yes.
Just hold it. You see, when you get the response like this, management is also concerned about delays in the payment of invoices, and the previous one, the response was manual and influx of invoices, etc. Then you put as a rider at the end there are measures put in place to improve the current situation. From where we stand or sit as committee, we're saying, what are those measures? Don't tell me there's measures put in place. How long is a piece of string? Tell us these are the measures that are put in place to mitigate against, because we're no longer just accepting a thing such as these measurements put in place, because that's one of those answers. We want tangible evidence, in the sense of what it is, detail as to what you're doing, what those measures are, so that we are able to assess it. Otherwise, next year we're going to come with the same thing. It's just the same old response. All right.
Yes.
Okay, continue.
Thank you, Chair. Indicate to the committee what corrective measures are put in place to pay services within 30 days. We have, because one of the key bottlenecks is the issue of integration of warehouse management system. And we've already in the process of having that, with all things going well, implemented in this December 2025. And that will assist us a lot, because it will take away that issue of manual capturing with integration. So that is scheduled to be implemented in this December 2025. So we anticipate quite a huge improvement as far as that is concerned when that system is fully functional. Okay, considering that this is a repeat finding, yes, I think I've already spoken at length about this one, that it has since been corrected with us participating in this regular contract. Because this also again speaks to that irregular expenditure that happened there, which therefore affects contract management and consequence management.
You see, you're still not answering the question. The question is, this is a repeat finding. Provide details for the department to have procured some of the goods and services with a transaction value above, is it R1 million, without inviting competitive bids as required by Treasury regulation. You're not speaking to Treasury regulation 16A6.1. You're giving us answers there, but it's not speaking to that particular aspect that we are inquiring about.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. This relates to that cleaning services contract.
Yeah.
And the cleaning services contract, because it had expired, and therefore we went out in anticipation that the contract would be soon awarded. However, there's a period where we still needed cleaning services, and therefore request for quotation was done. And
that was the answer we were looking for.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's the way you answer the questions. We're asking a specific question because we want a specific answer to deal with a specific issue that is bothering us as a committee. When you give us another answer that obfuscates, it then prompts us to ask more and more and more questions, which quite frankly makes it, eventually it becomes antagonistic, and we don't want to get to that level, please. We are here to try and resolve issues. Give us the information we need, no problem, we move forward together, and we continue to try to assist whoever we can so that we can deliver. All right.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, indicates to the committee. Again, I think this is still related to the cleaning services contract, and I think we've taken note of the advice from the committee in terms of how we deal with this, especially pertaining to consequence management and things like that. So it is noted on our side, and as much as the consequence management process is not managed at MSD, but it is to the entity's employees. So I think that relates to that.
Okay. So this is the very same issue that we raised earlier on.
Yeah. Yes.
So this is how it repeats itself.
Yeah.
It repeats itself because of the fact that you're not getting specific answers. All right.
Chair.
So now I understand that it relates to the other.
Yes.
It's in fact the same.
The same, yes.
It's, yeah, okay.
Chair.
So please, when it says no officials are responsible, let's speak that aspect of things, please, into future. Yes, Member Konene.
No, I just had a response that says MSD does not do consequence management. So you are not doing it internally, it's done at the central level. Oh, okay.
I think as it pertains, because the consequence management would be on the MSD accounting officer. So because this has to be done on MSD, and therefore it is managed at head office. Especially with issues of this type of contract, which is a centralized
okay.
contract, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So junior employees within
Yes.
MSD will then be
Correct.
managed by the head.
Yes, that's correct.
By the head to be managed centrally.
100%, yes.
Oh,
that's
I
correct.
thought
Yes.
that then the entire institution, if there's somebody that needs to be charged, it goes to head office.
No.
Okay, no, it's clear now. It's clear.
I have a hand there and then hand over here.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I maybe to add from what the CEO has explained, I wish to submit to this committee that the entity does not enjoy autonomy. Some of the functions are centralized at the Department of Health. One of those functions would be the bidding process, which happens at a central office, which is the head office. Now, as an entity, we are the end user of the services where the process happened at the central office. Now, if the question talks about consequence management, as an entity, we are unable to start the consequence management processes for centralized process that happened at head office. I thought I need to clarify that. Thank you very much.
That makes absolute sense to me now. Member Kunene, makes absolute sense to me now. So now my question to you is consequent management taking place?
The answer is yes.
Right. So please, next time say consequent management resides there and it is taking place. Because if you're telling us no, because of the entity not having that function,
yes.
Then to us it's a matter of these people are getting away with it. So now a person's able to wrap your mind around it, okay?
You know, Chair,
Thank you for that.
that explanation sounded like a protest.
No, thank you. I think you saw the frustration in a sense. Because
I've said he must not be given the mic.
you see,
He's the one that has messed up this report. So leave it to him after this meeting. Because it's not the first time that he comes here and presents the wrong report. Because it's going to be presented by Langa, not him. Langa is the acting CEO. He's the CFO that is supposed to sit here and present this report. He messed up this report. He doesn't know how to write the report, and he comes and not even explain the report here. And he comes here with this little thing that he's doing of a protest that I can't accept it. It's not the first time that I've been calling him into order, and I'm going to call him in order in front of yourselves. Because even this report, we should have seen it before it comes here. I can't get the report late like you did, Chair, because you did get this report very late, and it shows that he wants to be law unto himself. And I can't take that. I can't. Unfortunately, I have to deal with him now. A person I think was Bonella Nditi. I have to deal with him now because I cannot, every meeting when I come here, I get the same attitude that I'm getting from them as if I don't know how to manage MST. I'm sorry, Chair, that I have to do that to you, but I have to embarrass everyone because now I'm embarrassed as I'm sitting here. Because that's not fair and that's not correct when people are getting paid and they are bringing a wrong report. Even last time, we're being corrected here, the grammar and everything in my report when we were at the legislature. Because of what they are doing. I've picked up the mistakes that you have picked up, Chair, when I received my report yesterday evening. My apology, Chair, about that.
no, it's accepted, MSC. But this type of reporting is not going to be acceptable in the future. However, consequent management rests with you, firstly. Please continue, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I'd indicate to the committee what preventative plans have been put in place to curb repeated. Yes, I think you are correct, Chair. It's a repetition from above, maybe because we were not clear in our explanation. It is again relating to that cleaning services contract and the contract, like I've explained, we are participating in a regular contract, and therefore this finding is not expected to find itself in the current year and in the future. Provide the committee with details as to why the council did not exercise adequate oversight responsibility regarding financial and performance reporting and compliance, as well as related internal controls. This lack of oversight contributed to repeat audit findings on the prevention of irregular expenditure and payment of suppliers within 30 days.
Just hold it there, please. So the accounting officer has exercised his oversight responsibilities, yet we're having that type of finding, and that's why we're asking the questions. Doesn't make sense. Because if the accounting officer was exercising his or her oversight responsibilities, we wouldn't be asking these questions, because you wouldn't have been finding this issue in the first instance.
Yes.
And then to want to try and put it to a process of implementing integrated systems was delayed. By who? 3 years for us to, in another department, in the main department, for us to get to a cashless environment of paying at hospitals, who are hybrid they are. That we're not even, when I asked earlier questions early on, you said it could happen within a month, but it has taken 3 years for us to get where we are. MEC, your people need to catch a wake up. The people of South Africa is no longer going to take this type of wishy-washy type of responding here and taking of responsibility in the execution of the responsibilities. Why are we here? I'll tell you why I'm here. I'm here because I want to make a difference in the lives of our people. Many of us seated here could have been better and gainfully employed somewhere else. We are here because of a purpose, and that is because we want South Africa to flourish. I don't want my grandchildren to live overseas, but it's slapdash reporting. And if this is the reporting that we're getting, and the person wonders what happens in those departments, it's indicative thereof. MEC, you've got your work cut out for you. You've got our support. Please continue, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this integrated warehouse management system has taken more than we anticipated in terms of actual solution developed and implemented. But we do have a service provider currently developing the system, and with those timelines, and which is why we have some level of confidence that we will deliver in December of 2025 as far as that system is concerned. So that, yeah, hence the confidence. But it's been a process that has taken a bit of time, perhaps even more than 5 years, in terms of getting us to the actual solution as far as that warehouse management system is concerned. Yes, on the payment of suppliers and the issues that related to errors in our financial statements, we have put systems in place that reviewing happens at that point of capturing, which is why we have set up that system, even though it's human resource quite intensive. but we have a checker and a verifier at the point of capturing, so that it's not the entire list of transactions that have to be reviewed over a period of time. And of course, I did emphasize the point earlier that we have also engaged guests to assist us with proper analysis of our financials, especially on a quarterly basis, emphasizing the issue of accruals. I think that's about where I will be able to provide. Yes.
If I had to be answering this I had another point there. It starts off with the fact that the accounting officer, quite frankly, is not doing his or her duties diligently. Bottom line, slapdash, bottom line. You sign off on something just like that. I don't sign off on anything. At the end of the day, whatever this committee, how it performs or fails, it rests on my shoulders. Therefore, I surround myself with people who are capable. MEC, if they are reluctant to follow and toe the line, do what is necessary. We clean house. And they must remember one thing, the National Mandela Bay Supreme Court of Appeal decision, we will go after the money, even if you didn't benefit from it. If you signed up on it, we'll go after the money and we will ask it of you as well. That has come to the free ride, and freebies have come to an end. Please proceed, sir.
Sorry, Chair. This question, can we resubmit this question as well? Chair, the question and the answer do not even correlate. There's no correlation between the two. We are asking why it didn't happen in the first place, and we are answered what is going to happen subsequently. No, accountability, Chair. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Chair, I think earlier on we're scared of emphasizing our appeal that can we be turned back with this report, so that at least we have presented and you can see that the relationship is not there. Even ourselves who are ashamed of what we are looking into the board. Then can we be chased away? I know it's not a nice thing to do. I've been doing it at the legislature for 20 years. I was a chair for more than 20 years at the legislature. Yeah. So can I be excused with my report, ebolileyo? Diambe ndiyobhala report, Chair, even if you are saying I must come back tomorrow and present it midnight or whatever, I can do it. Rewrite the report, because I know that this is not what it should be. My plea, ngiyacela, at least ngiyenzile bandiyibeke, because what we should do is to present in front of you. There is no better way that we have to do except to say I must go back with this report, ndiyoyilungisa with my officials, then come back to you with a proper report. And I promise you that will be the last that you chase me with a report. I've never been chased since I've been an MEC for these few years, and I've been chasing MECs before. I know when it's wrong, you can't accept it. So there's no reason why I have to put it in your throat that it must be correct. I can't spin it, Chair, this one. I can do spinning, but this one I can't spin it. Let me go with my report that is bad and redo it and come and present it to you. There is no better way that I have to say it. And I take full responsibility, Chair.
MEC, we will accede to your request, your humble request, purely because we know the standard that you work by and your ethic, and the gentleman next to you that I know for many years as well. Purely on that, because I don't expect this type of report from the likes of the three of you seated in front of us here. So could we please have it by 1400 hours on Tuesday afternoon, please?
Get it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Get it.
So that will then conclude our business with you, NEC. And your department, thank you once more for being here and for your honesty. We appreciate it. You're not here to defend officials that quite frankly are failing us as South Africans. Thank you. Colleagues, can we have a body break? Please, we need to keep a quorum, the four of us, please.
I think
Member
you
Kunene.
can see my acting HOD that is colored, so we're going to step you.
I note that we adjourned. We can now, we go to item number 5, the minutes of previous meetings dated the 1st of October 2025 and the 23rd of October 25. We all received those minutes. Can we take it as read? They were quite voluminous, but I had gone through them. Can we take it as read? If we do? Yeah. We then look at the minutes of the 1st of October 2025. Can I have a mover for it, please? Thank you, Member.
Chair, I will move.
Thank you. A seconder? Were you there?
I don't remember if I was there. I'll second them under correction.
Okay, let's just.
I was there. Okay, I second the minutes.
Thank you, Member Kunene. And the minutes of the 23rd of October 2025? Can we, we'll just wait to see if we have the members present here who were present on that day. You were there. I think Member Robinson wasn't there. Were you there?
No, Chair. I just wanted to propose a correction, actually, because I'm
Okay.
under the apologies as well for the 23rd.
You will record an apology. On the 23rd. Yeah, the 23rd.
I move for the adoption of the minutes with corrections as amended.
Sorry, just hold. The correction is that Member Robinson.
Yeah, you were there.
You were there. The correction was for which one?
23rd of October.
No, I was at the one on the 1st of October. My correction was on the 23rd.
You was not
because
on the
I
23rd.
marked both present and an apology.
So-
So I was not present on the
He was not
23rd.
present, so you must take him out of there. He wasn't present. Robinson.
Yeah.
So you've corrected that. So can we have a mover and a?
I moved with
Thank
corrections
you.
and
Thank you, Member Kunene,
seconded.
for moving, and thank you, Member Kumalo, for seconding. Much appreciated. So those minutes are accepted. Are there any matters arising from the previous minutes, Simon?
No, thank you, Chair. The matters arising, it was today's meeting, today's public hearings, as well as the SCOPA conference and AGM in Lesotho.
Okay.
Yes, those were the ones, Chair. And as well as the follow-up questions as per the presentation of the research analysis. The follow-up questions were submitted to the identified departments. We have since received all the responses to those additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Magolejo. Can we now move over to the consideration and adoption of the committee oversight reports of the AGSA to the GPL for the following departments and entities for the 2024-2025 financial year. That's 6.1, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby present the Committee Oversight Report on the AG's report to the Legislature for the year ended 31st March 2025 on Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. The first page, Chair, deals with the table of content. Then the third page deals with the introduction, the process followed, as well as the findings by the AG. The entity received an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings on performance information and compliance with laws and regulations. This is an improved audit opinion compared to that which it received in the previous financial year. Then on 3.2, there were findings on material impairments as well as material uncertainties relating to contingent liabilities. Then on 3.3 audit findings, the AG did not identify any findings on the report on predefined objectives, report on the audit of compliance with specific laws and regulations, report on the audit of internal controls, as well as on investigation and material irregularities. Then from there, Chair, I'll go to item number 4, which is committee findings and conclusions. On the material impairment, the AG reported that the entity incurred material impairments amounting to 240 million